Hey, Mark. We ready? Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Dan. Hey, good evening, and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. And I am so sorry that we're getting a late start this evening. I love seeing all the people here. And I also love the tradition that we have here in the city of Nampa, and that is that we open in prayer. Pastor Dan Manchuk from Good News Community Church is here. Dan, I just want to say to you, thank you for your leadership in our community and amongst other pastors that come together. You've been a tremendous leader, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. It's
Thank
a
you.
pleasure to be here and an honor to pray for our city.
Thank you.
So join me in prayer.
Let's stand.
Yeah, let's stand.
Thank you.
Our Father in heaven, who is gracious and almighty, we come before you today with our hearts full of gratitude to thank you for the gift of this day and for the opportunity to serve our community through leadership and public service. We pray your blessing upon our mayor, the city council, and the staff as they are doing the business of our city. Lord, we ask for your wisdom, your discernment, your compassion as decisions are made that impact the lives of many. Guide their thoughts, their words, their actions, that they may reflect justice, mercy, humility, and truth. We pray that the standard of our city would always be your truth and your love. Bless all those that are gathered here, those who lead, those who serve, those whom we represent. May we work today to contribute to the common good and the upholding of the dignity of every person in our city. Lord Jesus, we pray over our city, our county, our state, and our nation. Lord Jesus, we know that you are the dividing line, and we pray for boldness for those that call upon your name, and mercy and compassion to those that disagree with us. But let the standard always be truth. And we declare Nampa to be a community of unity. We pray right now that all addiction, bondage, and death be broken off our city in Jesus' name, for the people of Nampa to be free and free indeed. We pray your protection over our city, that violence will not happen in our city from this day forward. We bless the first responders and the police. Let them be protected even by your angels, and have your wisdom and your guidance in all that they do. We pray that crime will decrease and crime would be exposed, and Nampa would be the safest community in our nation, and the plots and the plans of those that have ill will towards members of our community to be exposed in Jesus' name, and your peace to be upon our city. We pray your protection upon our children, our schools, our homes, our parks, and everywhere in our city, and wherever our children and families congregate, we pray your blessing upon them. We pray for Nampa to continue to increase and individuals to be blessed, families to be blessed, schools to be blessed, colleges, churches, religious communities, clubs, organizations, and business to prosper in our community. We pray that evil and darkness may not prosper in our city, in Jesus' name. And we ask your kingdom come, your will be done in Nampa as it is in heaven. In God we trust, City of Nampa. For the glory of our Heavenly Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus, through the power of the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Pastor Dan. Okay, let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Ingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Hammerfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. So I don't have any proposed amendments to the agenda. I will be asking council if they have any. I would like to just mention that we will probably move our executive session up after new business to get that away. But does council have any proposed amendments to the agenda?
Mayor, would it be possible to move public hearing 8.5 to the top of the docket? Graduations are going on tonight. I happen to have a sibling in one of them, so I'll be running and having to go to that. If not, it is fine. I just wanted to see if it could be a possibility.
The comprehensive plan map amendment? Okay. Council, do you have any objection to that? Okay. Okay, yes, I would entertain a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so items 16B and 16BO and 16BP have been added to the amended agenda, which those are our licenses, correct? Okay, so those were added after it was published, so just as a quick FYI. And then we are asking that a public hearing, the last one here, 8.5, be moved to 8.1. Yes. Okay. I would stand for a motion to approve the adopted agenda as stated.
Amended.
As amended.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call. Or all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as provided.
Mayor,
Yes?
one question on 1.3, item D is in dog, whether we can get information on that item from planning and zoning sooner than the Friday, Saturday before council meeting?
Thank you. I'm sure that we could, because this is, yes.
There's just a
Rodney?
lot of reading. It'd be helpful to have it.
Actually, we
If
could
it's ready to
probably
go.
send it out if it's ready to go. We could send it out after this meeting.
And I just want to clarify, 1.3B, is that correct?
D,
D,
D.
D. It's the
yes.
Nampa City ordinance text.
all the ordinance changes, that
You bet.
fair amount of reading, so if we could
We'll
have,
send it out tomorrow.
great, thank
Great.
you.
Okay. So was there a motion and a second on that?
Yes.
Second.
To approve the consent
I
agenda?
didn't get the motion.
Okay, who made the motion?
David did, but
I thought David did as well.
I know, he just had a question.
I just had a
So moved.
second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to our staff communications. And let's start with our Public Works staff communication, and then we'll move to planning and zoning.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. I have a couple of things to share with you guys tonight. The first is just feedback. So we take our citizen comments very seriously. We read them all. We don't ignore them. So the first thing is I wanted to update you guys on some all-way stops that we'll be putting in the nearish downtown area in the coming months. The locations are North Avenue South and 8th Street South. That saw 6 crashes in a 36-month period. The next location is 17th Avenue North and 2nd Street North. That saw 6 crashes in a 36-month period. And the last one is 13th Avenue South and 9th Street South. These all meet our MUTCD warrants. The stop signs are going to be installed by our staff. The average cost is about $2,000, just under that. Each intersection is about $658 to do that. So what we did is we got a few different complaints about various intersections around the downtown area. So we took kind of a global look to analyze all of the intersections to see if any of them met the warrant for needing all-way stops, and these 3 pinged. I will say we will phase these all. They will not be all installed at the same time. So we'll put one in, and then once they get used to that, we'll do the next and then the next, so that we're not seeing too many changes all at once. So it's just another way that we're trying to improve movement in and through Nampa and increase the safety of our citizens. Any questions on that before I move on to my next one? Everybody loves a good stop sign. Next, I've got a little bit of a PowerPoint because I'm an engineer, and what would I do without PowerPoints? Oh, rookie move, I forgot to share with sound. Round 2. All right. Next update I have for you is a report out from our 3rd annual Streets Equipment Rodeo. It was on May 8th. We had a couple of distinguished guests. We had contestants from multiple divisions, including streets, traffic, water, wastewater, and parks. As a reminder, this is a competition, but it's really a skills-based course for loaders, snowplows, skid steers that showcase all of the hardworking talents of our staff. Last year, for the very first time, we sent our people to nationals, our highest scorers, and we placed in the top 10, which is pretty amazing. And I have great faith when we go back to nationals again, we're going to take it, because I think we have the best operators around. So, a couple of fun pictures to show for you with a little bit of lag. So here you can see kind of what the event day looks like. Everyone's going to wear their PPE. The courses you can see kind of top down. There's a picture of a loader. On the bottom left, we've got our skid steers course in the very middle. That was the team of volunteers and contestants in the bottom right with Barrel Bob. He's our lucky little mascot. But you can kind of get a feel for what it looks like as people walk around and operate this course. All of these courses are meant to simulate real world and real life, what they would see on the road. So something like, we have something called park cars, where a snowplow has to navigate adjacent to a cone and then in between, swerving in between park cars if they were plowing snow, and then back out. So things like that is what you're seeing. We had a few distinguished guests, which we really appreciate coming down. You can see Mayor Kling operated the snowplow. She is a ringer, not to give it away, but she's a ringer. Natalie, Councilwoman Jangula, also killer at the snowplow, very, very fast. She's awesome. And then we had our HR department and then a couple other public works and people around. I've got a quick video to share with you as well. Mayor, I pre-apologize.
What's your bet? Which target's Mayor gonna go for?
The big one.
Kelly.
I think she's gonna go for the middle one.
Gentlemen, which target is Mayor gonna go for?
The middle. She's gonna go for the small. I think she's gonna go big 100. She's better than mine. Yeah, we'll see. She's doing great though.
Back up, do it again. Back up, do it again.
Good job, Mayor. You almost nailed it. Hey, I can't even this close. Great job, Mayor Clean. You did phenomenal. I did call that you were going to go for 100, and you went for it. All right, Mayor. You got to plow snow this fall. Yep. Hey, we'll see you December. Yep.
All right. Thank you for bearing with me through that. As you can see, I even tried to get Mayor to cheat and back up and try and hit that target again. And she was like, nope, that wouldn't be fair. Everyone else only got one shot at it. So top-notch lady.
May I say something to the
Please
guys?
do.
First of all, Doug, you're an amazing coach. Thank you. Thank you. Next year, I need to cut my time in half. So that was slow, but accurate. So you were a great coach. One thing I learned as I've never driven that truck before. And one thing that you know is how precise you have to be. And you don't get to go as slow as I did. And you guys are trying to make good time, be safe. And what I realize is that there is so much you cannot see that is right there in your accuracy. And the fact that we don't have accidents, and if we do, it's usually someone else doing something stupid, right? You guys do an amazing job. I was so impressed. And you just realize how complex it is, especially when you're trying to move fast, get a lot done, and be precise, not have accidents. And there's a whole lot to be watching at the same time, isn't there? All at the same time. So I'm just really impressed with what you guys do. Thank you. And thank you for letting me join you. Next year, I'm going to do the skid steer, and I'm going to be twice as fast in the snowplow. So there we go. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'd like to invite Aaron Sturck up here. He really spearheaded the rodeo for us, along with help. We had so many volunteers, and introduce you to this year's winners that will be competing at nationals.
Just to touch on this event, this is the third year I've helped out with it, and I feel like it's just continuing to grow, and it's becoming more and more fun. It's becoming more and more public, and just a big shout out to anybody in the crowd that helped volunteer. We certainly appreciate it. I mean, without them, we couldn't make this possible. So, big shout out to the volunteers. And also to Eric, he helped do as much as I did, so I want to give him a round of applause. So this year, as you can see, we had a skid steer replace the backhoe, and the reason that we did this is because there's a skid steer event at Nationals, and we thought we'd prepare our equipment operators to get them prepared for the Nationals this year. And for the equipment operators, this is just a small percentage of what we represent at the yard, including Sean here at Fleet. They're all great operators, and these gentlemen right here represent the best of the best. And I'm certainly proud to reward them with the plaques here. So without further ado, I'd like to start with second place in the dump truck would be Doug, who happens to be, like Mayor said, a great coach, and he happens to be my lead, so thank you, Doug. First place in the loader, we have from Fleet, Sean. And then we have Brent Cox, who is not able to be here with us tonight, but he won the skid steer course. And then overall, we have Trent, who was number one in the dump truck, and then he was overall first place overall. So good job, Trent. And I'd like to thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. I tell you what, you guys are amazing. It's impressive. So who won the snowplow, though? Doug, did you win the snowplow? You got second. So it was the dump truck. He said, but it was the snowplow because it's a... Yep, come up here and we'll do a photo. Kelly, thank you. Yeah.
right, Trent's tall, so everyone will have to kind of like. Natalie, I have a tall Trent too. Okay, ready? All right, look at this group. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So impressed with what you do. Thank you. Thank you. Good, thank you.
Almost done. Public Works has one more update, because you guys have heard my voice quite enough already. I'm going to invite Shannon Johnson up here. He's the engineering manager for environmental resources. He's going to talk about the water education and outreach that's been going on.
Hello, Mayor, Council, Councilors. I want to say I'm excited to be here to talk about, I think, something that's really important for our water resources group. It's public outreach and public involvement. The water renewal facility getting done and COVID being over, that was a long period of time where we weren't having tours out there, and I think our staff missed it. And it's really exciting to see the people come out and learn. And tonight we're here to talk about, do I have this working? There we go. I think in your packet we have it's a memorandum of understanding between the City of Nampa and the Nampa School Board. Today I'd like to introduce a few people here. We have Kyle Swab with Environmental Resources. He's the one that works closely with Heidi Marshall with the Nampa School District. And we also have, who else? Kelly Black's also here with the Public Works Outreach Program, and she's been helpful with this also. And
Casey.
And Casey, sorry.
Right there, yeah.
So what this helps us do is to reach out to kids and to share what we do. We have all kinds of people working for the City of Nampa at the wastewater plant. We have scientists, we have engineers, we have operators, we have mechanics, and just to show them what we do. Some of the activities that we have in stormwater, they do a community cleanup. It's like an event they hold in the fall where they discuss, you know, what we can do and where stormwater goes and how we can keep our streams and our areas clean, because sometimes catching it before it goes in the creek or the waterways, it's easier to clean up at that point than to, you know, have to clean up a river. And that's the same. We also do water education days. And I think this spring they had, was it 750 kids out to this event where they learn about how we take care of our waterways and how waterways works and water cycles. And it's just a great event. I know our staff enjoys getting out there and being involved with kids. Normally they're running around construction sites and other places, and it's just a great opportunity to get out there and work with the kids. So for us, it's a permit required thing to do public outreach and education, but we see it as even a bigger bonus. You know, you put all this, like I talked about earlier, keeping stormwater, all the pollutants out of the creek. It's easier to take care of it at that point. In wastewater, it's even more important. Like, if you don't flush these things, our operators and mechanics aren't tearing pumps down, cleaning them out. And I think nobody sees this out of the wastewater plant. You just flush and it's gone. Well, this is an opportunity for these people to share what we do and how it affects us all and how we keep our own area clean and keeping these things important for the City of Nampa, our water and our water renewal and our irrigation water and our drinking water, and we find it to be very important. Also, a new activity they're starting this fall is it's called a Project WET certification class for the Nampa school districts. It's an activity where you work with the local watershed. They help find lesson activities and plans and helps the teachers so they're ready to engage with their students and be more involved. Let's see what else we have. And I think that's it. Is there any questions? We'd like to thank you for your time. And
Thank you so much for bringing that information forward. Thank you guys for your work. It's amazing. And you know what? That's the season of life to learn about this, right? Hopefully the kids can take it forward. We as adults need to learn the same stuff, right? How to keep our rivers clean, how to keep our storm drains from, instead of pushing it down there, cleaning it up first. Thank you for all you do. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Does council, do you have any questions? Nope. Thank you. Great job. Rodney, Planning and Zoning Staff Communications.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is for the 513 Planning and Zoning Commission. And the first one was annexation and zoning to RS4 and subdivision preliminary plat for Millwood Pines. And this is at the southwest corner of Cherry Lane and 11th Avenue North for 56 single-family detached lots. And Planning and Zoning recommended approval, and that won't go to you until the August 2nd meeting, but that was recommended for approval. The next one is a zoning map amendment from RD to RS6 at 1423 South Elder Street, and this is the northwest corner of South Elder and East Iowa Avenue. This is a zoning map amendment for building an addition to the existing home, and that will come before you. They had recommended approval, and that'll come before you on the 21st of July. The next one is a conditional use permit for an animal shelter, and really it's a pet adoption center for cats. That one was at 3202 12th Avenue, and it's the corner of East Dooley Lane and 12th Avenue Road, and that one was approved, a conditional use permit. And then finally, just the code changes that Councilman Bills asked about. That was recommended for approval with a couple of changes. So we're going to have a memo that we'll send to you when we send out those code changes tomorrow. And then we'll still be, of course, drafting the staff report and have that all to you, but we'll send out the actual code changes to you tomorrow. That's all.
Mayor, I have a question.
Thank you.
Rodney, that Pet Haven, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Isn't that building right next to DMB Supply?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was a little bit controversial because there was concerns from the people living in that area that the daycare would be going away. There's nothing that the city can do about that. That was a private decision to sell the property, and these people bought that property, and it was a good fit.
Well, I'm thinking it's about time they moved from where they are
Yeah.
up there. That's a good idea. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Rodney, thank you. Okay, we're going to move to new business, item 5.1. This is an action item. It's to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Barrier Building for the Waterworks Building addition and remodel in the amount of $4,170,000. This was approved in the FY25 budget.
Mayor Kling.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
been
And
moved
again,
and-
I'll thank staff for providing the additional information that I asked for.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Councilman Haverfield.
Okay, so what did you ask for? Is it in our packet?
I'm sorry?
Basically, what I asked for was follow-up as far as on the company itself, because I had never heard of them before.
Okay.
And asked for some supplemental information that they could provide us to make sure that their insurance company has had some working relationship with them.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.2 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor and the Public Works Director to sign Phase 1 Pre-Construction Services Construction Manager General Contractor, CMGC, contract with IMCO Construction and Knife River Corporation, a joint venture LLC for the Purdom Sewer Drain Project Phase 1, which is Madison to Canada, in the amount not to exceed $499,000, $499,430. This was approved by Attorney Mark Hilty, approved in the FY25 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin? Haverfield?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.3 is an action item to authorize the mayor and the Development Services Director to sign a contract for the 2050 Comprehensive Plan Update with Logan Simpson in the amount of $390,499. Phase 1, $80,000, is approved in the FY25 budget. Phase 2, which is up to $240,000, is to be approved in the FY26 budget, and Phase 3, up to $80,000, to be approved in the FY27 budget. This was reviewed and approved by our attorney, and it is approved in the FY25 budget.
Question. Is the, is the motion just for the Phase 1, or is it for all three phases?
I think the motion is for the full contract, recognizing, and typically what we do is we have language in the agreement that it is pending the authorization of a future council to approve the ongoing work. So we always have a disclaimer clause that, Preston, you could speak to.
Councilman Haverfield, so if it's elected not to be renewed for that reason or money's not dedicated, that is an option for the city. But tonight's motion will be approval for the entire contract, subject to that reservation of right.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
A question just on the portion public engagement plan. Budget-wise, I didn't get to see the full breakdown. I would be comfortable proposing, if we needed to, additional funds that we can send out mass mailers or anything in the sorts to completely avoid the potential of, we didn't receive notice, we wish we would have been a part of the process. I don't know, I know with the Southwest Area Plan that we've had significant commentary towards that. I just want to be sure that we're fully covered when it comes to 2050 plan, and if this is incorporated.
I will say, on behalf of Rodney, and you can also speak, but this plan has a very robust public engagement. The greatest piece of this is public engagement. There will be public engagement everywhere. And we'll be at farmers markets, we'll be at all sorts of events, and that is definitely taken into consideration and is within this plan.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was only going to communicate the same thing.
Same thing.
That in the proposal, having gone through that, seen it, great deal of public engagement. So,
Thank you for reading it.
Mayor Kling?
Thank you. Yes.
So I just want to confirm that we're looking at the total amount, not just 80,000.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, are there any other questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
one question. It's a not-to-exceed amount of $390,499. I was just going to check the math. It appears that the 80,000, 240,000, and 80,000, does that add up to that amount, or does it exceed that amount?
Mayor, I can speak to that if you would like.
Yes.
Mayor and council, no, it does not. It adds up to 400,000. The bid came in less than we had budgeted, and then each of the years may be a little bit different. So that's why next fiscal year 26 is up to that amount. And then FY27 is up to that amount. So it may fluctuate a little bit in each of those years, but it won't exceed the total amount.
The 390, even though in the budget you had it allocated in 3 years, it will
Correct.
never exceed the 390.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to do the math on my phone, but it appeared that it was more than the 390. So I didn't know if that was a not-to-exceed number that we were supposed to be approving, or if it should be 400,000 as the not-to-exceed number. So it sounds like it's the 390, 499. Okay.
Thank you. I don't believe we had a motion. Is there a motion to
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this one? Seeing none, roll call.
Bills?
yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.4 is an action item, and this is consideration of amending the Nampa City Code to clarify requirement of sales receipts for renewal of alcoholic beverage licenses for liquor by the drink used by the city on or after August 9th. And Preston would be prepared to speak to this. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mayor, I'd be happy to explain the context behind this and what it says. This is an ongoing adjustment based off feedback we're receiving for an ordinance that we adopted last August. And what it's saying here, if you fall within a certain window, we were finding that if you made an application late in spring, you'd have a very short turnaround time in order to produce sales. What this does, it kind of creates a buffer period or a cutoff. And as it states here, if your application is submitted by a certain date, you're granted an extended period of time. If you were earlier in your application, before December 1st, I believe, or on or before November 30th, you are then subject to that upcoming May to have your gross sales establishing a restaurant. So it had helped address an issue that we were finding.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mayor, thank you for the clarification. I was wondering if the city was going to be issuing liquor by the drink when I first read that, so
Okay,
appreciate the clarification.
thank you. Okay, I believe we need two motions here. One is the action item to consider amending it and then the ordinance, or can we just move to the ordinance and approve the ordinance?
I'd be fine with the ordinance.
Just reading the
Yeah, make
ordinance?
it
Well, let's go ahead
streamlined.
and read the ordinance, and then we'll see if there's a motion to approve. Thank you. And it is under suspension of rules. Thank you, Char.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, amending Title V of the Nampa City Code. This ordinance amends Title V, Chapter 12, restrictions regarding alcoholic beverage licenses, providing for severability, providing for a savings clause, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve under suspension of rules. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We're running just a minute late to get an executive session in, but can we get that done in 5-10 minutes? Would it be okay? I would stand for a motion if council's up to it to do a very quick executive session, and it would be a motion to adjourn into executive session
Moved.
pursuant to Idaho Code 742016-1C.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. We'll be right back. Be quick. I'm sorry?
This is big project you were talking
So we are back and ready to continue on with our council meeting. The next item on the agenda is item number 6, and these are proclamations, and we have 2 proclamations this evening. The first proclamation is, guess what? It is VFW Buddy Poppy Days, and Lou is not here tonight to present this, but I am going to read the proclamation, and this will be just a reminder for us to go support. So whereas the annual distribution of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Affairs of the United States has been officially recognized and endorsed by government leaders since 1922. Whereas VFW Buddy Poppies are assembled by disabled veterans, and the proceeds of this worthy fundraising campaign are used exclusively for the benefit of disabled and veterans in need, and the widows and orphans of deceased veterans. And whereas the basic purpose of the annual distribution of Buddy Poppies by the Veterans of Foreign Affairs is eloquently reflected in the desire to honor the dead by helping the living. And whereas I urge the citizens of this community to recognize the merits of this cause and support their efforts to recognize the sacrifices of our honored dead, I also urge all patriotic citizens to wear a Buddy Poppy as mute evidence of our gratitude to the men and women of this country who have risked their lives in defense of the freedoms we continue to enjoy as American citizens. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim the days of May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, VFW Buddy Poppy Days. Furthermore, I urge citizens to support the VFW and go visit them at Albertsons, at 12th and Greenhurst, and DMB Supply at 12th Avenue on May 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And Lou is not here to collect our donations, but if we have a minute to swing by DMB or Albertsons, I just encourage us all to do so. I appreciate the people that are committed to honoring our veterans. And I also mentioned that Veterans Day coming up this Monday, we do have a service out at our cemetery, and then there's another one here in our Veterans Memorial, I think at 2 in the afternoon. The 10 o'clock meeting or celebration is at our cemetery, Kohler Lawn Cemetery. So the next proclamation we have is honoring our mothers and our fathers. Whereas each year we celebrate Mother's Day on the 2nd Sunday in May and Father's Day the 3rd Sunday in June. Whereas we recognize the special and irreplaceable roles that mothers and fathers play in shaping the future of our children, our community, and our nation. And whereas the contributions of mothers and fathers extend beyond their immediate families, positively impacting our community through their involvement in schools, local organizations, and civic activities. Whereas the love and dedication that mothers and fathers show toward their families contribute significantly to the emotional, psychological, well-being of children, helping them grow into responsible, caring adults. Whereas the role of mother or father in many families is actually filled by grandparents, extended family members, adoptive parents, or foster parents, and is worthy of recognition. And whereas one of the Healthy Impact Nampa Coalition pillars is focused on safe, stable, and nurturing families. Whereas regardless of age, the impact of mothers and fathers can have a lifelong impact, and is fitting that we recognize and celebrate these everyday heroes whose quiet acts of love and sacrifice form the foundation of a healthier, stronger city. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim the time between Mother's Day and Father's Day as honoring our mothers and fathers. And I encourage all citizens to take time to appreciate the hard work, sacrifices, and love that mothers and fathers provide, and to recognize their profound impact on the lives of their children and the fabric of our society. It's so important, I tell you, what moms and dads do, right? Wanted to just note that, and there isn't anyone receiving it. So with that, after our proclamations, this is the time to move into public forum. do we have anyone signed up this evening?
Madam Mayor, we have 4 people signed up,
Okay.
and our first speaker is Jared Bateman.
Jared, as you come forward, thank you for giving us your name again and your address. And you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Jared Bateman. I'm from 803 Davis Ave, Nampa, Idaho, 83651. First of all, I thank you all for having this forum here where we can bring our petitions to you face to face. I really appreciate that, and I hope you will understand the more serious nature, perhaps, of what I have to say, and I hope you will give me ear. I come here today to testify on behalf of the Nampa community regarding the recurrence of the Nampa Pride Fest. Pride Fests and the LGBTQ culture are truly sexual by definition. It doesn't matter the dress code. A Pride Fest is an inherently sexual event, and the focus is on sex. No other event with this focus would be given permission to operate in the open, in a park, with children in attendance. Temporary fences don't suffice. The stated mission of Canyon County Pride is to create safe and brave spaces for self-expression. But what does that self-expression mean? Is it just wearing a rainbow without being embarrassed? I know many of you do not agree with the moral tenor of this event. Many of you consider yourselves men and women of faith, that you adhere to the Bible as the Word of God. I'm glad many of you have used the opportunities you've been given to do what's right for our community. Last year, I remember the swiftness with which the event occurred. It took many by surprise, and your options for how to respond were limited. But this year, there has been ample time for planning. We know this is not truly a Nampa community event, so do not give this event the guise of community sponsorship. Nampa Pride is being run by people from Boise who are playing us for their own political accolades. You can be sure the longer this goes on, the harder it will be to curb. The more leeway they are given, the more they will take. Failing to take a stand now will make it much harder to do so later, and they know that. I am petitioning you to deny Canyon County Pride's request to reserve Lakeview Park for their Pride Fest. Now, perhaps you feel that you cannot deny their request outright. So I urge you at the very least to require an event with such a focus to be held at an indoor venue without children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Carolyn Greener.
Good evening.
For sharing your name and address also.
Yes,
Thank
my
you.
name is Carolyn Greener. I live at 1115 South Elder Street, Nampa, Idaho, 83686. I am not affiliated with any LGBTQ group nor with any church. I'm here today after hearing the remarks from Dan Manjak, Marty Yost, and Randy Jackson at the last council meeting on May 5th. They expressed concern about the upcoming Canyon County Pride Festival, associating it with traffic and parking problems, indecency, and violence. Let's talk about that. Traffic and parking. There are other large events at Lakeview Park. Take the Festival of the Arts event, for example. It's attended by thousands. It's also on a Sunday. Is anyone trying to move this event out of the park due to traffic and lack of parking? Indecency. The laws are well defined. I attended the festival last year, and I can attest by far the largest percentage of the Pride Festival attendees did not break any indecency laws. Now, just because you don't like how they're dressed is another issue. Violence. The Pride Festival goers, like most citizens, do not want violence. They would dearly love to avoid conflict. Conflict incited by people like Dan Manjak, for instance. He stated he had a tent offering at the park last year, offering prayers and water, and was shocked at some of the responses. If he didn't want confrontation, why was he there? You cannot be at an event you obviously disagree with, then feign surprise and outrage when the answer is negative. Marty Yost predicted issues, quote, "We're going to have issues. Everyone knows that. It's going to happen," end quote. Why? There were no issues last year. Once again, if they want to avoid confrontation, they shouldn't go. He spoke of agitators. Yes, there are agitators harassing the Pride Festival goers. Marty also insinuated the attendees are the cause, stirring up conflict. They don't want conflict. They want to be left alone. Randy Jackson also expressed concerns about indecent exposure and families being at the park. The obvious answer is don't go. I'm sure there are many other events at the park throughout the year people do not wish their families to be a part of, so they do not go. In 2020, I was at Lakeview Park, and there was a group of about 25 or 30 people, all armed. They were wearing guns on their hips, and they carried rifles in their arms, right by the playground. I was told by Nampa Police Department it was perfectly fine for them, Ammon Bundy and his cohorts, to have weapons in the park. And yet somehow this is a bigger threat? No, these people are not. The people hosting and attending the Canyon County Pride Festival deserve the same opportunity as any other group of citizens to host a peaceful event at Lakeview Park. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Derek McClintock.
Derek, I'm sorry, last name?
McClintock.
Is Derek here? No? Okay.
Our next speaker is Sarah Brown.
Good evening. Thank you for sharing your name and address with us. Thank you.
Okay. Ruben, the bus driver, wanted me to tell you something.
Can you say your name and address?
Oh, Sarah Brown, and my address?
And your address,
2804 South Georgia Avenue, Caldwell, Idaho 83605.
Thank you.
Okay, Ruben, the bus driver, wanted me to tell you something. He couldn't be here because he's driving the bus. Okay, that there are so many people that need to ride the bus, and they need to get to work, they need to get to school at COWI, they need to, get to doctor's appointments and probation appointments, and a lot of these people are on fixed incomes or low income. There are just tons of people calling all day for an on-demand bus. I know because I'll call and it'll say, well, you are the fourth caller in line. And I know there's been more than 136 people that have not gotten a ride. I think it was 136, wasn't it? A year that have not gotten a ride, because I can think of at least five, just off the top of my head, at least 5 that I haven't gotten a ride. And okay, one of them I was at Winco, and I went on the bus and got all my groceries, and was sitting for an hour and a half trying to get a bus. Wow. Calling and calling and calling, and they say, well, no, call back in 10 minutes because we're high demand. And call back in 10 minutes because we're high demand, and call and call and call. While my groceries are sitting there melting, and there's that need to be in the refrigerator and stuff. Okay, so what high demand is that they don't have enough buses running to get everyone to where they want to go on time. They have 12 buses, but can only afford to run 3 or 4 at a time. Okay, originally this on-demand bus started during the coronavirus to make it so that not very many people are on the bus at the same time. And I think we need to change that. I think we need to have fixed routes, because when you go to the bus at the 42 bus, there's people that need to go to the 42 bus, and they're not. The reason why people aren't riding the 42 bus is because they're not getting the on-demand bus to go to the 42 stop.
Madam Mayor, time.
So Sarah, we are out of time, so we'll have to stop. However, would you be interested in sharing your letter with us so that we can make it of record? Could we? Clay, could you take Sarah and make a copy of her letter? And then we can give that, since we're out of time, we can go ahead and give a copy of your letter to City Council if that's okay with you.
Oh, it's just notes, and I guess I could. It's me.
Well, at least we would know, you would get to finish sharing your thoughts, and we can do it via the letter. So Clay is right there behind us since we're out of time, and he will help if you don't mind leaving a copy with us. And then you can take your original with you.
Okay.
And thank you very much for coming tonight. And thank you for taking time. Yes, I think we have some questions. Are you okay?
So basically, we need fixed routes to get to where we're going on time.
Okay. Thank you for that, in order to connect with the others that are fixed. Thank you. Okay, do you mind answering a question? Councilman Rodriguez.
Sarah, you were here last week, Thursday, and you were back there and you're trying to raise your hand to say something, and we didn't have a public hearing, so you couldn't. But we all saw you, and we were wanting you to come up, but you couldn't. So thank you for coming today and giving us a great story about what you do. Thank you. You finally got to say what you wanted to say.
Yeah.
Thank you for making the effort. Yes. Natalie, did you have it?
Yeah, I was the same thing as Councilman Rodriguez here. I just wanted to make sure that what you shared, that's what you wanted to share with us the other morning when you were here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Well, we appreciate you, and then Clay in the back will connect with you, and maybe we could, you can decide if you want to leave a copy or not.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are you guys are going to read it?
Yes, we will read it.
Okay.
And you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Okay, thank you. Is that it for this evening? Okay, so that concludes our public forum.
Mayor, I didn't get a chance to get online to, may I have 3 minutes? Or do I need to be online?
You know what? You may have 3 minutes since you're here. We'll give it to you. You'll be our last one, but thank you for making the effort to come.
Thank you. My name's Kimberly
Oh,
Lewis.
I'm sorry, you have to go
Yeah,
to the mic.
when you get to the mic. Thank you.
No, you have to state your name and address in the mic and just bring it down. There you go, thank you.
Kimberly Lewis, 1915 West Havenwood, Nampa, Idaho. Mayor, City Council, I just have to make an exception to this gentleman that spoke earlier. I am a lesbian. I came out 5 years ago. I am married to my wife. I was so enraged with what this last gentleman had to say because he got everything wrong. I've lived 55 years hiding. To my family, to my work, to my friends, to myself, and finally found someone and decided it was time to speak my mind and be true to who I am. With the fear of losing my family, I went ahead and did this because it was important now that I'm older. I work 5 days a week, a dealership here in Nampa. I've been there 18 years. My wife is a pillar of the community, has her own personal business here. We've lived in Nampa. She's lived here in Emmett, Idaho for 30 years. I've been here 22. I've been to the community where you go, and we looked around and saw all the different, the library.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I was there. We were in the first group. This Pride Festival, I know it goes against a lot of people's grain, but it's just basically people such as I that want to be able to go out, be with my spouse, and enjoy the day, and not have to be worried about, oh my God, we can't hold hands because we might get attacked, or we don't dare stand too close because somebody may get offended and cause an issue. This is not about sex or some of the other things that this last gentleman spoke about. Though, you know, maybe in some of the LGBTQ, maybe it is. But so is it in the heterosexual world. Otherwise, we wouldn't have some of the things that we have going on that we see on our Napa Police Department website or on Bookface of, you know, heterosexual people and the crimes that they commit. So to say that, I have to take objection to. This is just I was involved last year, I'm involved again this year, raising money. It's just for people to get together and be able to be themselves, just like we have the Hispanic community and all the other communities here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So that concludes our public forum this evening. And we are ready to move into public hearings. And as per the request, we are going to hear item 8.5 first.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before we move on, for Jared, Carolyn, and Kimberly that shared, if you don't mind, if you would like to share your email address back with Clay in the back so that we can respond to you, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to step into public hearings. This is 8.5. 8.5 is an action item. It is a comprehensive plan map amendment from residential mixed use, community mixed use, medium density residential, high density residential, to high density residential, medium density residential and commercial, a comprehensive plan text and specific area plan amendment, annexation, and master plan community to 235.56 acres of single-family residential RS4 zoning district, 40.59 acres of residential, and 28.3 acres of community business with 53.53 acres of open space for East Canyon community. This is addressed as 0 11th Avenue, 0 Dean Lane, and 0 Prescott Lane. This is for Idaho Holdings, LLC, representing Elm Holdings, LLC, and Ameritel Inns, LLC. The original concept is a comp plan amendment, annexation, and master plan community for development of 356.9 acres with 329.6 acres zoned single-family detached to multifamily residential and 28.3 acres zoned commercial. We moved this up tonight, and I guess my question is the applicant here this evening? And so, you know what, I think we owe you an apology because you were last on the agenda and you just got moved up to first on the agenda at the request of a council member. Are you ready? Are you okay with going this quickly? Thank you so much. So go ahead and come forward. Probably longer than that, up to 15.
Good evening, Mayor. May I start before I even begin? Okay, good. I just want to see that I had 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Mayor, members of the council, my name's Deborah Nelson. My address is 601 West Bannock Street in Boise. I'm a land use attorney with Givens Pursley, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant team. Mark Bottles and Emily Mueller are here with me as well and available to answer questions. Thank you so much to Doug and Damien for their good work on this big project. They've put a lot of effort into it, and we appreciate it. We also appreciate the planning and zoning for their thoughtful comments and unanimous recommendation to you, and for the neighbors who attended the neighborhood meetings. So it's been a nice effort. We appreciate all that. Let's see, where do I point for this to advance? This way?
Yep.
Okay. Oh,
it worked.
Other way. Oh, thank you. It helps to turn it on. Huh? Okay, great. Thanks. So East Canyon is a mixed-use master plan community on approximately 357 acres south of 2026, north of Ustick and around 11th Avenue. This is an infill area that's in between the Nampa City Area of Impact and Nampa City Limits and the Meridian Area of Impact and Meridian City Limits. East Canyon is located in the heart of your 2026 specific area plan and within the area that you have specifically designated for master plan communities. Planned communities have the benefit of intentional and cohesive design with differing uses, appropriately buffered and tied together with that integrated design, connecting pathways, and common signage. So this evening we have 3 applications before you: comprehensive plan map amendment, annexation and initial zoning, and a master planned community. Future development of the project will involve subdivisions, and that will be back before you for approval, but there's no pre-plat at this time. Once the preliminary plat is approved and East Canyon begins to develop, we think this will probably be about a 10 to 15-year build-out. The city's future land use map designates the property for a mix of uses, including medium-density residential, high-density residential, residential mixed use, community mixed use, and East Canyon aligns with each of these existing designations because we provide a variety of residential densities and community business space. But in discussions with staff, we agreed that it made sense to ask you for a comprehensive plan map amendment to better align the plan's designations with the exact proposed locations of these various uses and the related zoning districts. So specifically, the requested map amendment will remove some RMU and CMU designations along Elm Lane to replace them with HDR, MDR, and commercial designations, and will relocate the MDR and HDR to better align with the area's planned infrastructure upgrades. So the result is that high-density areas will be located along Elm Lane, which is designated as a minor arterial, and along 11th Avenue, which is the main connection north to Highway 2026, where a signal is planned at the intersection of 11th and 2026. Based on the density ranges associated with the designations in the comp plan, the proposed changes will result in a moderate decrease in the planned densities in the property. If you use the average densities, approximately 26% reduction. When using the high end of the range, the change results in a 47% decrease in density that would be allowed on this property with the change in the comp plan. So along with the requested comp plan amendment, we also request annexation. Annexation is appropriate here because we've consented to annexation. The property is contiguous to city limits and within the area of impact. It's also appropriate because city services will be extended to the property via Franklin Road and the new approved Haltom Heritage subdivision to our west. And this is also orderly development because it is designated in your comp plan for this type of development. Upon annexation, we're requesting the zoning of the property to be RS4, RS6, RMH, and BC to accommodate the planned uses consistent with your plan. Each of these zones is consistent with this amendment and strategically placed to provide a variety of housing options, accessible commercial uses, and centralized open spaces, all as envisioned by your 2026 specific area plan. Proposed commercial areas are in pink, and the residential ranges in shades of orange up to the brown that is the commercial areas, and the public parks and other parks are shown in green. The RS4 and RS6 zones support future single-family residential uses once a subdivision is approved. And here you can see some of the home concepts. The quality of the homes will be governed by residential design guidelines. These guidelines are not required by your city code, but were volunteered by the applicant and incorporated into the development agreement to ensure the quality and cohesiveness of the master plan community. The proposed RMH zone supports future multifamily development. The multifamily, together with the single family, provides housing diversity, near employment, and shopping and dining opportunities within the proposed BC zoning. Multifamily housing serves low to medium incomes, including recent college graduates, teachers, civic employees, veterans, and others. And each multifamily project will include on-site amenities, including a pool. The BC zone covers 28 acres along Elm Lane. The proposed development agreement restricts certain uses, including alcohol sales, tobacco and vape shops, and adult businesses. The Highway 2026 plan specifically contemplates that the property be part of a master plan community, and this project delivers on that plan to bring sustainable, consistent, and cohesive development to the city. East Canyon offers unique amenities like an amphitheater and multi-generational parks throughout. The project promotes walkability to convenient businesses and offices, which reduces vehicle trips and encourages community health. Housing is designed to promote the efficient use of land and provide more public open space. East Canyon meets all of the criteria in your code for master plan communities by following smart growth design principles, offering a range of housing opportunities, promoting walkability with detached sidewalks and protected public pathways, by creating a distinctive and attractive community aesthetic with enhanced residential architectural treatments and common signage, by preserving a significant amount of open space, and by providing connectivity with neighboring developments. We include 15% or over 15% qualified open space based on the entire development area, plus ample and unique amenities. I mentioned the parks are multi-generational. This means they're designed for adults and children alike. Each park will feature a grass field with at least an acre for flexible play, a youth playground, a picnic and shade shelter or community fire pit for community gatherings, and a sports court that could be a pickleball court or a basketball court or similar. There's also a mile-long, 10-foot wide, multi-use path along 9 Mile Creek, complete with active, usable spaces like a centrally located outdoor fitness area, pet waste stations, and benches. And this feature will be able to connect to the City of Meridian's planned 9 Mile Creek pathway to the east, creating a long, active recreation feature for both cities. As I mentioned, the multifamily will also include a pool as part of their amenity offerings, and the development agreement provides that all residential streets will have detached sidewalks and incorporate drought-tolerant landscaping wherever it is feasible. The most exciting and exceptional feature of East Canyon is the 4-acre public park that's located near a commercial portion of the project south of Elm Lane. The applicant worked with the Parks Department to determine what the desirable use would be, and the result of those discussions was to include an amphitheater and a splash pad and a large lawn area to be constructed by the developer and donated to the Nampa Parks Department. And this requirement is incorporated into the development agreement. The location offers the opportunity to create an even larger park in the event of future development on the adjacent infill parcel. Here you can see some additional concept images of the proposed open spaces and amenities throughout the master plan community. And signage throughout East Canyon will be consistent and attractive, following the overall canyon theme of the project with natural materials and rust-treated metal, concrete, wood, stucco, and stone. Signs will be provided with a grand entry at the entrances to really make an entry statement to East Canyon, consistent with your plans. East Canyon aligns with the goals in your comprehensive plan by providing housing diversity and mixed uses where public utilities are available and where mixed uses and residential density are planned. By locating commercial development near residential to promote walkability, by making improvements to the 9 Mile Creek path to promote bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, and by providing ample parks, recreational amenities, and green spaces to further your goals of developing more parks and public gathering spaces throughout the city. Mayor, as you highlighted in your State of the City address this year, and as I know the council and commission have discussed in a joint work session, housing is important here. And you have this recent housing needs study that found that you have an existing housing shortage of over 2,400 units. And on top of that shortage, the study found that you need an additional 8,400 units by 2030 and 14,500 units by 2040. To meet this critical need, the study provides a number of recommendations, including, among others, to prioritize diverse housing, to serve low and moderate income households, and to provide clear guidelines and avoid costly conditions to encourage investment in housing development. As you recognized in that work session, that while growth can be challenging for those that are already here, the increased housing supply is needed to meet increased demand and to help address the increasing costs that come from that low supply and preclude Nampa residents and their children from being able to settle here and Nampa businesses from being able to recruit the workers that they need. East Canyon meets this need with diverse housing options consistent with the city plans that call for mixed use and medium and high density residential on this site. It is somewhat rare that the city gets to have an opportunity to master plan such a large assemblage of property. The applicant has thoughtfully designed East Canyon as a cohesive, highly amenitized, mixed-use master plan community that meets the standards in your code, is consistent with the uses called for in this area in your comprehensive plan and in the specific area plan. The Planning and Zoning Commission's comments were very favorable. They noted this is exactly the type of development the city wants and in a location where it is planned. The comprehensive master planned approach provides cohesiveness in design, ensures traffic impacts are not piecemealed, provides quality open space and diversity of housing, where family generations at different times in their lives can all live in the same community. The location, while further out, allows the assemblage of land that makes this all possible and consistent with the plans that create more housing than the standard. This particular commenter was worried that R6 is otherwise the only development zone that comes in and with limited amenities. Another commissioner responded to that, this is infill, this isn't further out. So even where they were debating that, it was all favorable. They were welcoming and congratulatory to the application and unanimously recommended approval. For all of these same reasons, we ask for your support for this development and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councilman, do you have any questions? Councilman Haverfield?
Just a couple, thank you. I was wondering if you can describe for me 5 Mile Creek. I'm not familiar with it, if it's a seasonal flow or if it's year-round, if it's the intention to leave it open to create any aesthetics off of that.
I might look to the development team if they know about the flow. It does have amenities along it with the entire park area, the linear park that's planned along that with the 10-foot wide pathway, and that's where we'll have the active fitness area and the benches, the seating, and the petway station. So there will be a linear park along the side of it.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, it does have year-round flow.
Okay. So with it having that, obviously it's an attractive an attraction for kids, so it needs to be properly screened or somehow integrated into the development. So I was just wondering if it's water of the U.S. or if it's just irrigation. So the type of flow that's in it, if it needs to be regulated. Daniel, can you speak to that? Is it water of the U.S.?
It will require a BOR permit for any crossings of that, so Bureau of Reclamation and Army Corps. So yes, it is currently considered waters of the U.S., and so they will have those
I can
hoops to go
speak to
through.
them when they come up and talk to us. So, but thank you for your presentation.
Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield will certainly work with Public Works and the U.S. Army Corps as needed for the development there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, then Councilman Griffin.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
One of the comments, or actually one of the questions that I have here is this. How is development of high density with an enclosed area smart growth?
Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, there's a number of different principles here. Smart growth, I mean, for one of the examples is diversity of housing that allows different shapes and sizes of houses, including the entry. You know, things like rear entry, rear access to a house that sometimes is allowed along an alley or a private driveway, that's considered smart growth principles because it brings the house to the front of the lot. It allows pedestrian-friendly accessibility. And so a lot of themes in smart growth design do include that pedestrian and bike-friendly atmosphere where you've got connectivity through pathways, detached sidewalks, safe areas, also where you have pathways that connect residential nodes to open space areas and commercial nodes. That's also considered smart growth design where people can live and recreate and work on the same area safely through connective pathways. And I think that also typically the grid pattern, opening up more streets, and here we have several collectors that go through here that help to disperse traffic. That way you don't have people all piling out onto one main road. So diversity of the street network and kind of gridded up streets is also a smart growth design.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Griffin.
Thank you for the presentation. I especially like the 5 Mile Creek connectivity. I was riding the Nampa Greenbelt today, and I think any type of access to that is special, so I appreciate it. I have 2 questions regarding the parks and the maintenance of the actual path itself. After the park is constructed and donated to the city, is the city expected to maintain that space in their lawn mowing and regular maintenance or damage that's happened to the amphitheater, or will the HOA cover that?
Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, that's right. The Parks Department desires to own that as part of your public park system, and so they will manage that as part of their overall system.
Could you tell me how far that park will be in comparison to any other parks that we have in the area? I've just looking at this from a packet perspective, not seeing the site, not looking at an aerial view. I challenge the infill perspective just a little bit because I don't look at this as a very urban space yet. But in consideration of maintenance, how far is Nampa City going to have to go out there to maintain this park and make sure it's kept well
Yes.
for the community?
Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, great comments, and that's kind of why I shared that discussion with the commission of one member saying, this is further out, but that's how you get the assemblage of land, and we like that brings the diversity, and somebody else challenging that and saying, it's not further out. This is exactly where we need to be focusing development. It's where you call for planning. It is not in the city center, absolutely not. That's how we get that big assemblage of land. But it is in the middle of your plans, and it's infill between the cities and your urban planning areas. But I think that's exactly why the public park is so desirable to your Parks Department and why your plans call for a park here, because it puts a park in the area that the city is planning to grow. And if you have development kind of come in and take over and only place private parks, which yes, then they maintain, but you lose that public accessibility. And I think that's why the Parks Department was excited about this. They got to help pick what the uses were consistent with your plans. And so this is the area that they plan to grow. It is the area they want to make sure they're preserving a good large park like this. And I would also, of course, defer to your staff. I'm sure they've got comments from the city's perspective on this.
Sure. And staff, that will be one of my questions. I think it's extremely generous and appreciated that they're doing that. I just have that thought of, are we going too far out of our way to maintain it? Maybe 15 years down the line, we're already going to be there and there's going to be parks and it's going to be part of the regular schedule.
I might real quickly comment on that. So we currently maintain the Fort Idaho Center that's just south of Cherry Lane at Canada. So we're really close. And then we also maintain Orr Brandt Park, which is at Cherry Lane and Franklin.
Thank you.
So we're within very short distance.
And on the maintenance of the pathway after it's completed, is that going to be the HOA's responsibility, the city's responsibility, or
Emily,
whose?
that's ours, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yes, that one is, Councilmember Griffin, that one is maintained by the HOA. That is not dedicated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. Yes, Councilman Bills.
So just clarification, so this was previously approved as a future land use area by the city, if I'm understanding correct, the application. Tonight, though, you're changing that, but you're also asking for annexation. Is that correct, or were you already annexed?
Mayor, Councilmember Bills, that's correct. We are asking for both. And so as we're bringing it in for annexation, we're aligning the more detailed proposed development with the zones and with your comprehensive plan. And so we are requesting in conversations with staff that it would be better to realign some of those designations in your future land use map to align with now what is coming in with this master plan community. So the uses are consistent with your existing designations, and it is where you've asked for a master plan community, but we're realigning them to concentrate higher density along some of the busier roadways, and to concentrate the commercial in that area, and to match the design aesthetic of the development. So both are before you for those reasons.
Thank you. And this follow-up question is, there's a Nada Park, which seems to have been there previous, but now there's the annexation, so truly it's a out parcel per se, surrounded.
Yes.
Any conversations with those landowners? They're aware of what you're doing?
Mayor and Councilmember Bills, that's right. I mean, this is the land that they've been able to assemble here, and it never comes in a perfect rectangle when you've got this large of an assemblage with multiple owners. And so the applicant team has worked hard to bring in as many of the properties here as they can. It is consistent with your plans, so all future development in this area will also be consistent with your plans, and that will create that cohesiveness. This applicant has also made sure to create that future connectivity so that at any time these parcels that are not included in this application do come in, they've got connectivity with services, with roadways, with pathways.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions at this time?
Mayor, just a couple of things. Thank you for this. Your presentation was amazing. I would love to have you come back and present to us more. It was so transparent. A lot of times when I get the packet, I'm going through and I'm sifting and I'm combing for information, and this was just very clean and easy to read, so I just appreciate all of the information you provided. Just a reminder, I live over in this kind of area, and so when Mayor mentioned Ora Brandt, I was going to speak on that as well. It's used those pickleball courts are completely packed all the time. Sun up, sun down. So this area, this master plan, this is in the right location, in my opinion, and incorporating the park there is going to be much used, much needed in that area. So I appreciate that. And I love master plan communities. I love the connectivity that's there. I love bringing the services, but then also just the variety of houses. I always say we need a variety of housing to keep people here in Nampa so that we don't move them out. And we get a lot of comments about growth, as you can imagine. And one of the comments that we get the most is we don't want any more just higher density cookie cutter typed homes. That's what we hear all the time. And so this is something that's very different, unique, and it's going to bring an element to Nampa that we don't have in this area specifically yet. So I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Really quick though, I want to know, and I know it was in here, but what is the largest single family lot size that you guys have in this? Do you remember?
I might look to Emily. So R6 is the largest zone, but there's no plat, so we don't have the specific numbers for that yet.
RS6. Okay, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor, I apologize, and I just threw food in my mouth, so I'm sorry. Can you please tell us again, and I think David Bills had brought this up, but the little parcel in the center of the project, right smack in the middle, and it's got a nice little gray area that says not a part. It's not a part of it currently. Is there plans or any kind of agreements to purchase that and incorporate into this development?
Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, none other than what I said before. So, the applicant has explored assembling as many properties as they can here and brought forward a cohesive design. And so for the few parcels that remain for future development, they will also come into the city at some point for future development, or if they don't, we also integrate with them as is and remain compatible. But we're coming in consistent with your plan, so any future development will also do that.
And I understood that in the presentation side. I just was curious if there was any continuing discussions or first right of refusal or any kinds of plans to incorporate from this developer rather than another developer.
Nothing at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilman Haverfield.
now that I look at it a little bit closer, those parcels that, especially the one that's integrated in the center there, there is access to that. The other parcels, I'm not so concerned about because there is direct road frontage. But will this development finish both sides of those interior roads along that odd-shaped parcel that's not a part? Will both sides of that road be improved?
Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, so all of that will be addressed in the preliminary plat of, what exactly the road improvements are required, and we'll do exactly as your Public Works Department requires of us there.
So I'll ask the staff then when they come forward. Thank you.
But to the extent we've got the right-of-way and that's part of the subdivision, then absolutely.
Well, if it needs to be a part of a memorandum of understanding, we'll just need to address that with our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I think you know the ropes. We'll move to the staff presentation and we'll have you back. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Doug Critchfield, Principal Planner with the Planning Department. Go ahead and advance this here. The requested action items before you today, we have the findings in front of you, and we'll bring these, we'll discuss these a little bit more in this presentation. The staff has done an analysis based on current code and Nampa City Code as well as state code. And staff has found that through this process, both in the comprehensive plan amendment as well as the, sorry, this doesn't flip as quickly as the annexation and zoning, that the conditions and the findings have been met for those codes. And I'll go into a little bit of detail about the comprehensive plan side, and then Damien will be talking more about the annexation side of the project. So in the evaluation, there are 3 sets of codes that we looked at. The master plan communities discussed in the comprehensive plan in detail, as well as in the current city code, the planning and zoning code, as well as the specific area plan. There are several features that are described in the comprehensive plan and the specific area plan that are required for these master plan communities, including some architectural design standards, which was mentioned by the applicant, a theme and character of the development, which was also mentioned, landscaping infrastructure, different housing types and commercial opportunities, and proximity to public transportation opportunities in the future. As we reviewed this project against these provisions, we can safely suggest to the council that those conditions have been met with this proposal. In terms of the property details, it is within the Nampa area of impact and also the 2026 specific area plan. It's 356.9 acres, 8 parcels in total. Currently, it's zoned ag in Canyon County. It's under ag production or various stages of ag production. The few homes that exist in the area are in that gray area that Councilmember Griffin mentioned. There are no homes on the properties, with exception of the corner, the top corner. There's 1 home on a parcel there, which is remaining in residential mixed use. The roads are 1-lane roads. They're single-lane roads each direction, and it has kind of a rural character to the area. It's adjacent, again, to the Open Door Rentals LLC property, and that provides the gateway for annexation into the city by state statute. In terms of the property, there's largely medium-density residential that's called out in the specific area plan. The commercial community mixed-use areas were located in their current location because this was anticipated to be a community center area. And with that community center area, the plan contemplates schools in the future within proximity to this master plan community. We have worked with Valley View School District on the potential location of these school sites, and they're exercising the option to keep that open as to where they eventually locate these schools. This was a strong suggestion by the city in coordination with the district. We're not certain as to whether it will be a middle school or a high school, but it's likely that the district has mentioned that this could be a middle school site in this area on the north and an elementary school on the south. The master plan community here incorporates the development types that were anticipated in this area. As you note, the specific area plan has higher densities in this area for the medium density residential and the residential mixed use designations, and CMU will allow for high density residential, which was anticipated near the community center. The transportation system is largely a grid pattern, mostly collector streets. There's one minor arterial on Elm Lane. And these streets that are incomplete now are anticipated being completed as part of the development process. We'll work with the engineering department on what those specific requirements will be. There is no water, sewer, and pressure irrigation currently in this area. It's anticipated that this will be coming to this area as the developments to the west develop out.
Mayor, quick question. Doug, is this a future area map as it is today, or is this what is proposed for that area?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, this is the map as it exists today.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling. So Doug, I was going to ask you this question later, but I guess I'll ask it now. Since there isn't any sewer water in that area, is the city obligated to connect with this development? Or how are we going to fund it?
Yeah,
Daniel?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez. So the development will end up extending that to their sites. Currently, there are no plat actions with this application. When they come in for a plat, which it's likely that it will build from west to east because the sewer comes from that direction. They will end up extending the sewer to their phases as they go to serve their development.
Okay, just to make sure neither is there any impact fees for new development that would pay for that then?
These developments, as they come in, they will pay utility impact fees as well as our other impact fees. There is nothing currently in the capital improvement plans that would be funded through impact fees that would specifically be in this area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, did I go backwards here? I'm sorry. I'm pointing that way and I'm pointing my arrow that way too, and it goes the other way. So in terms of the changes to the future land use map that are proposed here, so currently there's 167 acres of medium density residential, 97 of high density, 59, almost 60 of residential mixed use, and 32 of community mixed use. The changes add a significant acreage of medium density residential. When staff was doing this analysis, again, medium density residential is the same density as residential mixed use. So it's eliminating locating commercial throughout the area and concentrating the commercial on the north end of the site, which is near Elm Lane and the access to the community center area. The high-density residential then was reduced to 43 acres, and the residential mixed use reduced to 0.96, which is a small parcel, again, on the north end near Elm Lane, off of Elm Lane in the community mixed use area. And then the commercial then was added, and that adds 31 acres. So in total, 54 plus or minus acres was converted from high-density residential to medium-density residential. And I'll talk a little bit about how this impacts the density in this area. So in the current future land use map, the density is 6.6 dwelling units per acre. Our average for the city right now is 4 dwelling units per acre. That's been our average density. This reduces the density to 4.89 dwelling units per acre. And those, again, are based on 16 dwelling units per acre for multifamily and 8 for townhomes. townhouses. So that's a reduction in acreage that the council is going to have, or in density that the council is going to have to consider in weighing whether this master plan community meets the intent of the specific area plan. In terms of the qualified open space, the applicant did a great job in describing that. I won't go into detail. It's already been described, but it does meet the requirement for 15% of open space. When the plats come in, staff would recommend that we add a condition to the plan that indicates that the developer will have to work, before they can develop their phases, they'll have to work with the Army Corps of Engineers along 5 Mile Creek to ensure that all of the permitting is taking place. So that'll be that'll be a requirement. We suggest that be a condition in the development agreement for the master plan community. And so we've talked in detail about what these different elements are, so I won't go into that. So I can move through these graphics here. In terms of landscaping, our code requires that the applicant utilize drought-tolerant principles in their irrigation system as well as plant materials, and we have plant lists that they've offered to work with us on so that this has a positive effect on the area and the region and the water use here. And again, you've seen the typical elevations that the applicant has shown you here. These are the design requirements that are included in the development agreement. I'd be glad to answer any questions about these. Again, these are not typically required in our design review code, but the applicant has offered these in order to maintain continuity throughout the site. And we have reviewed these and agree that these types of requirements would create that continuity that's sought for in a master plan community. In terms of the applicable regulations for a comprehensive plan, there's only one in state code that has application here, and it says that a map shall be prepared indicating suitable projected land uses for the jurisdiction. And staff has had, based on that analysis, staff has found that the master plan community provides higher density around transportation corridors, that it meets the intent of the 2026 specific area plan, that residential uses are close to Ridgeview High School and other proposed schools in the area, that the qualified open space meets the requirements of code, that there's a consistent theme throughout, including the signage, and that it does provide that mix of residential, commercial, and civic areas that is contemplated in code. The changes to the future land use map are significant and reduce the density, and that's something that the council, again, will have to consider in this plan. And with that, then I'll turn it over to Damien to talk about the zoning and annexation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Damien Snodgrass, Associate Planner. Today I'm here to cover the more current planning with the annexation and zoning. Here are the proposed zoning as stated by the applicant. Here are some of the applicable regulations for annexation. All private landowners have consented to the annexation, that the property is contiguous, that the comprehensive plan includes the area of annexation, and when applicable for roadways, that it's not through shoestring development. The applicable regulations for rezones, being that the proposed map amendments are in harmony with the current comprehensive plan, that the proposed map amendments would provide a proposed uses or set of uses that would be at least reasonably compatible with the area, and that the proposed amendments would be in the best interest of the public and reasonably necessary. Taking a look at the applicable regulations for this, staff concluded that these would be met for annexation. And taking a look at the applicable regulations for zoning, staff found this would be met and in line with the proposed comprehensive map amendment. So for correspondence, we received a couple comments. Nampa Fire District provided standard comments among access and water supply. Idaho Department of Transportation provided that this does not abut the state highway system, but at the time of platting that a traffic impact study would need to be provided. Valley View School District provided comments around overcrowding and growth putting a strain on the school. And we received one public comment regarding the application, and it was in support, and they were very glad to see it.
Mayor Klingel, I have a question. When you said standard, go back to that again on the fire department side. Provide standard comments around the access. What does that mean? I mean, are you going to have enough ample space, enough entry, exit? So I don't know what standard means.
Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, he's just basically summarizing my comment letter that contains the base requirements for access and water supply for any subdivision.
And that's the 14-foot wide roads, so you can make a so you can turn and you can pass through?
Yeah, it includes all the, yes, all the dimensional requirements.
Okay, that's what I was.
Yep.
Is there a turnaround space anywhere in there that is also included in that statement?
So at this point, we'll see that during the pre-plats when those are submitted.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Damien.
So the recommended conditions of approval is that a traffic impact study be provided at the time of platting, and that the development agreement shall be signed by the applicant and delivered to City Council prior to the consideration of the resolution. And as well as Doug mentioned that approval must be met from the Army Corps of Engineers for these larger green space developments prior to the approval of the plat. Here are your potential motions, and we will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Damien. Council, do you have any further questions at this time? Councilman Haverfield?
For Doug, I believe. Doug, I asked earlier about the internal roadway improvements. Can you speak to that?
Certainly.
As far as the full width of improvement, especially when it's abutting and not a parcel portion of the development, how will that side of the road be developed?
Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, I'll have Daniel come up and answer that question.
Because I've got some other questions for him too.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, Elm Lane as it runs through there is a arterial roadway. The other roadways that run through north-south in the development area are all collector roadways. So our current city code requires on collector roadways that they do full widening along their frontages. So they will build curb, gutter, sidewalk, pavement widening, and everything. On the arterial roadways, it requires them to take care of the sidewalk and then take care of the drainage, but there is not necessarily any widening required or curb gutter unless their traffic study, which will come in with the preliminary plats and look at them more closely to when they develop and what is required there, rather than right now with the term of their development and the scope of this. We've met with them and talked about kind of the scope of the traffic study and what we'll need there, but the traffic study itself will come in with the preliminary plats. And so from a roadway perspective, the north-south roadways through there will all be full improvements. Typically, they are not required to develop the roadways on property that is not theirs and adjacent to theirs. So those not apart areas would likely not be developed until those properties themselves came in and were developed. And then on the Elm Lane that runs through there and the connection, that would be sidewalk with drainage and widening as identified in the traffic study.
So as an example, Elm Lane as it runs, or 11th Avenue as it runs north, that cutout for a future school site, the width of 11th on the east side of it would stay as it is until that parcel's developed, is what I'm hearing. So my question was more along the lines of the internal development on roads that aren't named yet, that run through there, especially as they go by that.
So those roads will all be local roads or collector roads, and so they would be fully developed. If they are running adjacent to a property that is not within the development itself, we will work with them to make sure that their site is fully developed and that the width of the road is adequately developed to handle the traffic and easily added on to when the adjacent property does develop.
Okay, that answers my question then. The only other question I had then was on the water and sewer service available to the site. As I can envision this, it only appears that the connectivity to city limits is on the northwest corner there on Elm at Prescott. Is that correct?
So on the west area, yes, you are correct. The northwest corner of the site is where they are contiguous.
Okay, so gravity flow for sewer would have to come off of that portion. So is there right-of-way provided in Elm? Will it run the full frontage west to east?
So the sewer master plan identifies how the sewer will run through the site. Generally speaking, it flows west towards Madison and then south to Eustic and the Purdom lift station, and then generally run from an east-west perspective, from a north-south perspective. This will flow north to that line running east-west and then head over to where the Purdom lift station is.
Okay, so there's capacity in the Purdom station, or Purdom area for this development.
The master plan has this area there. As we look at specifics on the plats, we will look at capacities, and that there is the Purdom lift station is a three-phased development. We're currently in the first phase. The second phase will be adding some pumps, and then the third phase, which is much longer term, would be adding the full build-out station, which is about triple the capacity that the interim solutions are.
So water, again, would come from the west, northwest corner. The pressurized, the pressure, is it adequate for fire flow for this area? Is this more on the end of the line?
So this is near the, would be on the outskirts of the system. Each individual preliminary plat that comes in, we will run the model and identify what looping is necessary and if there are any off-site improvements to maintain pressures and flows for fire and domestic.
So for it to be able to get a loop, you'd have to go back out that corner then on the northwest side.
Likely and the applicant can speak to this, likely their development would start over on the west end and head east. At some point there may be some triggers to extend utilities there to the south to get looping, but those will all be analyzed with those specific preliminary plats.
Thank you, Daniel.
Are there any other questions for staff at this time? Seeing none. Daniel, thank you. Doug, thank you. Okay, it's time for a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone that requested to speak on this item.
Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular item? It is a quiet group. Okay. And seeing none, this would be an opportunity for the applicant to come back and provide some closing comments and answer any further questions. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you. I can keep this brief since we didn't have any public concerns that were raised to respond to. Just a couple additional points in response to the council members' questions that came up and the comments from staff. The applicant is supportive of the additional condition that's suggested by staff regarding the core approval before development commences to make sure we've got everything we need along the creek. Wanted to add two comments that we heard from the Parks Department about the amphitheater, that they were particularly excited about that use because it could be potentially revenue generating. I wanted to offer too an example of Paramount Brighton's development in Meridian that was once considered very far out and then quickly became infill after they were able to really develop and master plan a large area. And then on the utilities discussion, wanted to add too that we will be paying a reimbursement fee for sewer that has been extended already in our area and that contemplated our property as part of the reimbursement pool for that. And so the city already was contemplating that this area would be developing and helping to fund the sewer that you've already approved for extension in this area. And so that'll be approximately $350,000 contribution to that. And that's all I have for you, but we're happy to answer any more questions you have now.
Perfect. Thank you. Council, do you have any additional questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. This
Mayor,
is
I
the
move that
opportunity.
we
Go
approve
ahead.
the project as stated on the screen, approval with recommended conditions and proposed findings.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Mayor, I would ask the applicants a part of that motion to at least add it to that development agreement. I know they had mentioned it. I want to specify it in the RMH zones that there will not be a frat house, a homeless shelter, or a group home allowed in that space. And in BC, a hookah lounge, a homeless shelter, a motel, a liquor store, a tobacco store, a vapor store, or a tattoo parlor in those spaces. I don't know if all those were listed, but those are the ones that I would like to see listed.
I was understanding those were provided by the applicant as not being in the development.
I just didn't know if they were all listed specifically, so just to add, to
So we'll-
ensure second layer.
So we'll add that to the motion.
Mayor, just real quick clarification on the item that Doug mentioned for the Bureau, or
Army
Bureau of Reclamation or Army Corps, just approval there. Just want to make sure that that's included if we can.
Yes, because it was part of the presentation.
Yep, sounds good.
So the applicant did say in their writings that they were okay with that, because I usually don't like to put stipulations on those things, so that was already, okay then, yes, my second stand.
That was the comment.
Yes.
So I didn't get the presenter's name. What was your name?
Deb Nelson. Deb Nelson.
Deb Nelson, okay. Deb, you
And
passed
with
it?
since the public hearing's closed, we can't have any
I know,
conversation.
I just want to know her
Okay.
name.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I'll have to look up at the ceiling, but I'll be talking to her. Thank you. You passed my test when I asked you about smart growth, because that was a fine line of where I was deciding yes or no. Because what I have here on my notes is east is medium density, north is medium density, west is medium density, and the south is medium with high density. All those, if you put them in a mathematical equation, it means high density. But in this area,
Madam Mayor, Councilman
I'm
Rodriguez.
talking to you guys.
Yeah, talk.
I'm talking to you guys.
Make sure the comments are directed here for comment on the motion that's for you.
Deb does not exist.
Yes.
But in this situation, the traffic issue is resolved because there's so many areas of travel, north, east, west, and south, and it's not a traffic issue. So I'm going to surprise Mr. Bottles, and I'm going to support this.
There you
go. I'm not looking at Mr. Bottles either. I'm just going to look this way.
Are there any other discussion points tonight?
Mayor, I just want to point out, I really appreciate the fact that they were respectful and thoughtful as far as the landscape that they were bringing forward, the drought resistant, that's huge. I don't even know that we've as long as I've been on council, almost 4 years, I don't know that we've ever had a developer speak to that. So that's very telling as to the detail that they put into this project. And then I love the walking paths, and then the reimbursement to the sewer. That's huge, knowing that the infrastructure that we're putting into this area, these developments are paying back into that. It's just nice to see it kind of go full circle as far as what we're doing and then what's being brought back in. And I just think this is going to be really great for the community.
Mayor,
Yes,
there was a motion and a second, correct?
Yes, we're just
So
in
we're
discussion.
deliberating. I was just going to, since Tom's not here, I know that there's been some consideration of pulling water off of some of these drain lines as far as for filtration purposes to create areas that we might be able to draw off for irrigation purposes. And I don't know if Doug can speak to that or not, or could have. But I was just going to ask if that's a part of a plan, possibly maybe even further one way or the other on 5 Mile Creek. But I thought it was 5 Mile Creek that he was looking at to be able to pull off water and settle it.
and the ponds, settling
Yeah.
ponds to help with irrigation. I don't remember if it was 5 Mile Creek. We have a couple at the golf course that we're going to be doing, and that's really where the focus is right now. And that, all that does is level, right? When there's high demand, we have water stored in these ponds so that we don't, it's a good water conservation effort by filling those ponds and letting them set in them when the high demand is there. So I think, yeah.
And it might be something that the developer can think about as far as for aesthetic features within the development itself, but I won't say names.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think we're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I think that's a very impressive response, and it speaks to the excellent job that you guys have done, and I just want to say thank you. Deb, really great presentation, but one of the things that we're looking for are these well-designed master plan communities, and you guys nailed it. It's the kind of quality development that we want in Nampa, and really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take a little over 5-minute break because it is 7 o'clock, and I think I've committed to council after we sit here for 2 hours that we're going to take a short break. I know you guys are waiting. We'll hurry back, but we will take a short break. Could we go ahead and council will make our way up and we'll go ahead and get started? So we're going to, can you turn my mic up just a hair? Thank you. We are ready to start 8-1 on the agenda. So this is the 1-minute warning. We're going to get ready to start 8-1. Two, three. He's leaving. He's leaving. Okay, so we are ready to move forward with our public hearings. And I would like to, Rodney, I'd like right now to move to 8-3, that if the applicant is here, that way we can go ahead and quickly move through that one. So if you want to go ahead and come forward, is the applicant here for 8-3? Okay, so Christy's going to speak to 8-3 real quickly, and then that way you don't have to sit here a long time.
It's very nice.
Well, we're here for 8-3 right now. Thank you. Okay. Christy, go ahead.
Okay, are we good?
We're missing only one. Sebastian's going online, and Dale is there, so we have a quorum.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For this one, Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. Tonight, this request is for the reduction of the number of parking spaces required by City Code to allow for exterior storage or products for sale at the Lowe's on Caldwell Boulevard. I would like to request continuation of this project to June 16th. Due to the fact that I have received some last-minute information that does not coincide with the information that you were given in the staff report, and I'm not sure that I have the ability tonight to be able to clearly convey that information to you. So I'd like the opportunity to review what they sent me today and button it all up in a nice little package so it's a little bit easier for everybody to understand. So continuation to June 16th if you so choose.
June 16th. So thank you, Christy. So I'm going to actually, I realized I didn't even start correctly. So 8-3 on the agenda is an action item. This is a variance of code 10-22-6B to request a reduction in the required number of parking spaces to display and store products in a parking lot for a commercial business zone on a 12.42 acre parcel at 1400 Caldwell Boulevard for the Lowe's companies representing 1400 Caldwell LLC. And the original concept is to allow reduction in code-required parking spaces to allow for non-enclosed nursery and outdoor storage in the parking lot. At this time, I'm going to officially open public hearing, and I'm asking council for a motion to continue this public hearing to date certain of June 16th.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Not yet.
Okay. Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. So our applicant, you won't have to present tonight, and I realized we didn't want to make you wait any longer. My apologies for having you set so long. Thank you. Okay, now we will go back to 8-1 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment from Industrial Park to Community Business Zoning District and a potential development agreement for 1.18 acres at 1405 West Industrial Road. The original concept is a rezone of the property to allow storage of manufactured homes awaiting delivery to the customer's location. This is continued from the April 21st, 2025 City Council meeting, and the public hearing is still open. With that, I believe we do go ahead and start with our applicant. Is our applicant here this evening? Could you come forward? And so what we'll have you do is share your name, your address, and then what you're wanting to accomplish with this request. And then after you speak, we'll move to our council staff. Excuse me, our staff.
Okay, so my name is Christian Berg. My address is 3708 Clifton Way, Nampa, Idaho. Basically, what we have is we own the adjacent property here too. So this is going to be used for storage for customers' homes that you stated. We're going to beautify it as you wanted, which is going to be that property there or the street, adding curb and gutter. And then we're going to make it act as a lot that is not as storage, but mimics what we have currently going as well. So it's not just be open. But that's all I had before.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for our applicant, Christian?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you be more specific on what you're trying to store? And is this a temporary thing or is this long-term?
For now, it is considered long-term. There is no further plans to develop it into anything else. So what we do is we sell manufactured homes. We have a lot of homes going up to Donley McCall, which is winter months or seasonal. So if these homes are built in, let's say, September, a lot of times we cannot place them till the beginning of spring or even later into June. So we need a place to set them, and that's what this would be used for.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you. Okay, so we will move to staff report. We'll open the public hearing, and then we'll have you back to close.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is Rodney.
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. I'm not going to repeat what's been said. It's pretty straightforward, but I'll try to highlight a little more details as we move forward. So just a quick staff note. We had no representation, so we continued this to today's date. I also updated the staff report with we had some minor corrections that needed to be made on the staff report, so I'll highlight some of those in this presentation. So the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval, and staff can reasonably recommend to City Council that the project be approved as well. So this is the comprehensive plan map. As you can see, it's commercial in this area, but there is industrial in nearby properties, none abutting though. And a little closer view of all those properties with the zoning in place here. So you can see this little kind of an island of IP right there. It doesn't match, the IP doesn't match the comprehensive plan. So because the comprehensive plan is commercial, they're recommending or they're requesting to zone it as BC, which is in line with the comprehensive plan. Here's where city utilities are. And then just an aerial view. You can see the homes, the manufactured homes to the south. Essentially, they're extending that out onto this property. So these are the conclusions of law that must be found for the rezone. And then additional standards. The landscaping standards, those are all in your packet, but there's a 20-foot landscape buffer depth, and that's in the BC zone district along any roadway. And then I just highlighted this because they're improving the property, they're changing the use of the property, and so those standards for landscaping and roadway improvements and all of those things have to come into play there because they're changing that use.
So Rodney, there's a requirement to landscape.
Correct. Yeah. It's a 20-foot landscape buffer. Okay, so the change of the use property, I think I talked about this already. Sidewalks, just want to highlight that last bullet point there. Engineering has just verbally communicated with them and said, hey, we're doing some roadway improvements nearby in the future. It might be best to coincide the improvements for the sidewalks at the time when that roadway improvement project gets done. So they were supportive of a deferral, and that'll, that's when they would do that at that time. So
Do you
there's
mind-
their comments.
Rodney, do you mind if you go back to the last one? It says landscaping buffer, but would you mind just repeating? I believe you said that that is a 20-foot
Correct, yeah.
buffer?
20 foot.
Okay. Any other measurements that we need? Paving, screening, fence? It's design review? Okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Yes?
So Rodney, is the landscape, the 20-foot landscape strip on Industrial Road?
Yeah, if you look back, let me pull up a picture of it there. Yeah, so Industrial Road is that buffer.
Okay, and then the landscaping itself that's required in there, is it vertical screening like trees?
Yeah, we have requirements for the type of landscaping materials you use, and yeah, there has to be trees and shrubs.
Okay, so it's not a dry scape with gravel and rocks and that type of thing?
That can be done in the right-of-way, but on their property, they have to have the landscaping as we
So there would be screening as far as from the interstate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Rodney, I have
To some
another
extent,
question. What is the screening between this lot and the hotel? Along that line, right there where they're current, it appears there's homes there today. Is there any requirement for
There's
screening?
no requirement there.
Not even a fence? Visual barrier fence?
Again, you could put a condition on that, but it's a BC to a BC, or excuse me, a commercial use to a commercial use. And I think it's even zoned IP. Yeah, so they're both IP, so there's no condition there.
Okay.
Mayor, Rodney, what type of what type of fencing is allowed in that land use?
So our design standards require a really nice fence. So I've had that conversation with the applicant. It has to be several materials. I think it's 2 materials, or is it 2 materials? And it can't be chain link with slats or anything like that. It has to be a really nice fence, and it has to be reviewed by design review. So, yeah, that's the kind of fence.
A follow-up then, on that section that Mayor just brought attention to, would planning and zoning, would you recommend that there be a barrier there?
Hard to say. I didn't get any comments back on this. We did publish this or send a notice to the property owner next door. You could, maybe it might be appropriate to limit that to just a screening fence at
Mayor,
that point.
if I may.
Yeah.
There are going to be a number of manufactured homes lined up along the perimeter of that, and I think they will create a natural barrier with their back walls or with their walls looking into the site. So I don't know that a fence is necessarily going to help or hinder, because the walls of those manufactured homes are going to be right there.
Do we know how those are going to be lined up? Is that how it
They'll
currently
probably-
looks?
They'll probably change over time, because they're going to be moving manufactured homes onto the site and off the site. So I imagine they'll be shuffling them around. But for the most part, I think they'll probably be set in a way that the longest wall would be against that side, just to get them in and out the way they need to.
Do we know how many feet that is?
I don't know.
Okay. I'll see
We
if
could
it's in
probably
here.
do that measurement real quick. Thank you. And I would just caution, we need to think about this property long-term, not just with the existing applicant and what they're doing. When you think about the impacts of a commercial business to another commercial business. So if that's the will of council, you could put a condition on there for a screening fence, but.
Mayor, it's approximately 270 feet along that property line.
Okay.
Okay, keep going.
Oh, yes.
So question, is the whole site asphalt?
No, I think they probably could speak to that better than I could, but to me, it looked like there was quite a bit of dirt on there, but yeah, the applicant will need to speak to that.
So are we requiring asphalt?
So the reason that we are requiring recommending a fence be placed is because they will be storing things and moving things on that property on gravel or dirt. So if it were to not be fenced, they could just, they would need to asphalt everything and hardscape it. So it's one or the other essentially.
But if it goes to commercial zone, what prevents a future change of ownership that provides commercial, no asphalt, and all of a sudden we have a pre-existing condition because there's some fence on the property that the user wouldn't be required to asphalt?
Yeah, so as part of change of use, change of what they're doing on the property, we would require that improvements be made. If they're constructing a building or something on there, that all those improvements have to be made at the time of building permit. So I don't see this as being a concern for future. It's just a concern right now because it's just being left. And there's no construction on the property right now. There's no proposal for a building to be built.
Why commercial versus light industrial?
Because of the comp plan. So if you go back to the comprehensive plan future land use map, it shows this as commercial.
Commercial zone allows to become just a storage facility,
Yep.
temporary storage facility for whatever to sit there.
Yep, for this specific use, yeah.
Yes.
So Rodney, would the units that are being stored there, are they shrink wrapped like the Autovol? You see those all over the place. They're storing them.
I don't believe so, but again, maybe that's probably a question they can answer better than I can.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so here are the proposed findings. I'm just going to highlight the conclusions, and this is the correction I made on the previous staff report. We had this reference, and it actually was just a copy-paste mistake, but at the bottom there is a mix of industrial and commercial uses already in the area rather than along Caldwell Boulevard. So we feel like the criteria is met here. And then here's the second criteria and all the facts that are in your staff report. Happy to go through those if you want me to, but the proposed zoning map amendment provides a set of uses that would be reasonably compatible with the existing adjoining property uses because land uses in the area are either commercial or industrial, and the proposed zoning and the land use matches the comprehensive plan land use map and narrative that outlines the intended general use of the property as commercial. In addition, the property use is the same as the existing uses directly to the south of this property. Finally, setbacks, landscaping, and fencing standards ensure greater compatibility with adjacent properties. And then the final conclusion is the proposed map amendment is reasonably assumed to be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary, primarily because of the uses in the area. The comprehensive plan calls for the commercial uses, and I think I covered everything. And then the BC zone provides a set of land uses that would be consistent with the commercial designation. And here are the proposed conditions of approval. And you can see on that number 4 is that they need to submit a landscape plan, show us exactly what they're going to be doing. It has to be in line with what our code says about landscaping. And then number 5 is to develop the property according to the city code for landscaping, fencing, and pavement standards before or prior to the city issuing a certificate of occupancy for the property. So this is our way of ensuring that all those things that we just talked about get done. And then here's a couple of motions for your consideration, and any other questions I'd be happy to answer.
Rodney, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
question. Rodney, can we go back one screen?
You bet.
So where you've got listed there fencing and pavement standards prior to the city issuing, but So we're putting that in there as a qualification. However, you just said a few minutes ago, there is no pavement standard.
So there's either or. So it's a landscaping and fencing, or it's landscaping and pavement standards.
Okay, but what's stated there is fencing and pavement standards. So I guess you're just saying one or the other you're meeting. The fencing and/or pavement.
Yeah.
Both are not required.
That's correct. The pavement standards include that caveat that it could be screened from view, and then you don't have to do the pavement, the pavement improvement. So that's included in. I can see how you'd be confused there. The pavement standards in code allow for that exception.
It just seems like it was a gravel parking lot and units are being moved on and off. Maybe they're sitting, as the applicant has said, for 3 to 5 months waiting until they can go to their destination. So maybe there's not that much in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Potentially.
It just seems like the gravel yard, has been a taboo issue in many other times over the years. So
Yeah.
this
That's
time
true.
it seems like it's perfectly acceptable.
I try really hard not to have just an opinion, just a personal opinion, and just state what code allows them to do. As if you want to talk about my opinion, I'm happy to share that offline. But yeah, that we're just saying here that code would allow them to do this, and they're proposing something that's in line with code.
Thank you.
So just a question for clarification. It's the entire property is to be fenced? The entire property, is that correct?
Needs to be fenced, is that what you're saying?
Well, we're either fencing or pavement, and so if they choose fencing, the entire property has to be fenced, is that correct?
It has to be screened from view.
From view with a
With
fence,
a design standard fence.
which
Yep.
is not a chain link fence with slats?
That's correct.
Okay, just to make sure. And then I think what I'm hearing is that we may need to have, outside of this hearing, a discussion around commercial zones having being paved. So we can just follow up with that discussion at a later time, since it isn't required.
Well, you can see the one picture there, the parking lot's got a slight pothole, water gathers, somebody drives through it, then you got track out on the asphalt. And we're saying to builders and contractors and other uses that that's a big no-no. And then we're going to approve the commercial use of units in and out and leave it gravel. I'm just trying to see consistency and what we require of one person and provide exceptions in the code for another party. So,
Can we require the base to be a solid base to where it's got a good road mix to where there's no mud? Road mix and gravel, can that be a requirement that you put on this?
Yeah, I'm looking to our attorney, but I think that that's a valid condition you could place on them.
For dust purposes, for the
Yeah.
surrounding businesses?
Yeah, you're addressing impact to the neighbors and compatibility, and I think that's consistent.
I'm just looking at what's required of many job sites to have an area of walk-off so that you're not tracking mud. Yet here we're saying, oh, that's not required, this is okay through the winter and otherwise to move units in and out. And if we track out mud, that's not a problem on this site. I'm just not seeing the consistency. It's not to ding the ownership. I understand what they're trying to do. I just don't see consistency. So then we get complaints that people are having to drive through mud on a certain city or road, and yet folks going to the motel and driving out, they got to drive through potential mud.
Yeah.
So I'm just seeing, it'd be well to have some consistency, or the applicant's standing behind you, so maybe he
Mayor?
wants to share.
If I may, again. So we would require that any approach into the property be paved up to the point where it goes past the fence. so that approach out onto the road will be paved. We require that of all types of lots across the city. When we allow these types of yards to go in, which we do all over the place, we do allow anything behind the screened fencing to be dirt or gravel, but anything out past the front of that fencing and the landscaping out to the road has to be paved according to city approach standards into the property.
Question?
Is it along that line? Thank you.
Who can speak to the stormwater management? Would that be you or Christy?
That's Daniel.
Daniel?
So
I,
we might,
They'll give you a chance to talk.
we'll get a chance in just a minute. Yes. Russ?
so whether it's asphalt or whether it's gravel, there's stormwater management issues.
So when we review the site for their site improvement permit there, we will request for a drainage plan. There is, this lot has been the way it is now for long enough that it likely hasn't had a drainage review on it. But yes, we would look for a grading plan when they come in to identify where that stormwater is being
And that'd be
managed.
required whether it's asphalt or gravel, correct?
Yeah.
So your sediment basins that are being required to be put on there, whether it's subsurface or on-surface water retention, that's a part of the plan that you'd be asking for.
And generally speaking, on these types of yards, they put in a swale in one area to address that. It's rarely subsurface drainage on something like a gravel lot.
Okay. So again, I mean, certain times of the year that gravel freezes, so it's just like asphalt, water will run on it. So it needs to have some place to go to. So that's where, whether it's asphalt or reconstituted asphalt or gravel, to the mayor's point, there needs to be a retention area for stormwater to keep it from rolling onto somebody else's property. So back to our original question, there's a 20-foot wide landscape feature along Industrial, correct?
Correct.
And whether or not we're asking them to asphalt or leave it as gravel, to Councilman Bill's point, that's the decision we're making, is whether we need to enforce it to be asphalt or allow it to remain gravel and have them put a fence around the perimeter.
Mayor and council, yeah, I think so. Let me just maybe restate it. Your decision today is whether to allow this to rezone to BC, to allow the use. And then as part of that use, you can place conditions that relate to that use on the property. So that condition, it could be gravel, and I understand that the property is already improved with gravel, but you could have some conditions on there that address any concerns about dust or whatever. But to Daniel's point, at site improvement permit, when they submit that site improvement permit for the property, we would address a lot of those concerns about drainage and dustless material and that kind of thing.
And that's what I'm used to having to provide as far as for my clients. So that's why I wanted to make sure, to David's point, that we are addressing it properly, whether it's asphalt or left as a gravel. There still is a component for stormwater retention in
Correct,
mitigation.
yeah.
So.
Thank you. Okay, are you still going?
I'm done.
You're done.
Unless you
Okay.
have questions more.
Are there any additional questions for Rodney at this time? Okay, our motion is before us. We're going to transition to public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, no one requested to provide public testimony on this item.
so we're going to allow the applicant to come back. Well, we're going to start with the gentleman that was hoping to speak. And so he can come forward and share his thoughts. Go ahead and come forward and give us your name and your address. And he's our first public testimony.
Okay, Calvin Berg.
Calvin, yes.
3818 Vista Drive. And I've rented that lot from United Family Homes since 2002. And now I rented from Jerry Hess. And now when Jerry passed away, then I had to buy that lot. Plus I bought the lot up in front to park homes. There was a bunch of trailers that was parked there before, and it was a mess. And weeds everywhere. Well, I cleaned it all up and put a nice fence around it, and we're trying to park the new homes that come in. Instead of paying storage down at the factory, we can store them there until foundations get put in and people get their permits. So it'd probably a house that the most would probably be 1 or 2 months, and then there'd be another one. We would just keep parking as they get built, parking them in there. And right now, all the people that sleep in, they cut across through my lot, and they throw paper and candy bars and pops all over the place. If we put a nice berm up there and a sidewalk and curb, now they'll walk a sidewalk up to the station to get their sandwiches and whatever. And it'll beautify the community and help me out. But asphalt does not work for parking homes on there because in the summertime when you turn, it tears up the concrete. The tongues, they're heavy. They would sink into the concrete. So gravel works much better for parking homes. And that's what I want to do.
Mayor, I have a question.
Thank you. Go ahead and stay there. Council, do you have questions?
So the units that you have stored there, do they have tires on a bottom frame? So it is rubber on whatever it is, surface.
Right. And they're not tarped. They're just
shrink wrapped?
They're kit homes built out of Caldwell.
Okay.
They're nice looking manufactured homes.
So they're finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
and
you.
we park them close together, side by side. So they look like a finished home set in there.
Okay.
Council, do you have any additional questions? Thank you for beautifying the lot, but
Okay.
thank you for answering our questions. Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we did not have anyone signed up to testify. We had our applicant share testimony, Calvin. So is there anyone else here that had intended to testify this evening? Seeing none. Christian or Calvin, do you have any closing comments or anything else you'd like to share? No? Council, do you have any additional questions for our applicant? No? Okay, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. This is an opportunity for council discussion and/or motion.
I move to approve the zoning amendment as stated on the motion.
Is there's
Second.
Okay, there is a second. I have a question. There are some conditions. Did we want to put any conditions regarding a fence or the appropriate base? It's gravel, but
Yeah.
Well, if I understand from staff, that's a requirement already in our code, and paved entry in and out of the property where whether it's gated or not, there's an entry in or out.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct.
so no additional conditions required.
No, that's why I didn't put it in there, because I knew they were going to follow it up.
Even on that 270 feet on that lower section?
So that's not a requirement because it's not seen from public view. So there's no requirement for a fence there to screen it from view along the property line that abuts the hotel. So if you're going to require that, you can put that as a condition.
Well, it sounded like maybe the applicant already has struggles with some of the folks who frequent the end using their property to cross. They may go ahead and fence that on their own accord for their own protection of their own product. whether it's our requirement. It seems like a logical thing to have a fence barrier there. I'm just not sure if it's appropriate for us to require it or let the land use, the ownership deal with it. I just want the consistency on the drive approach and the landscape that is required.
Mayor.
Councilman Haverfield?
Clarification then, Rodney, the applicant indicated that there'd be a sidewalk along an industrial that would allow the people in the hotel to be able to walk over to, I assume, the convenience store there. Is that a requirement that a sidewalk be placed on industrial?
It is a requirement, and what the conversation was that if they didn't want to do it right away, there's potential for a deferral, and that engineering supported that deferral because of an upcoming road project.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the location there is right next to our Franklin project that will close off Industrial and 3rd Avenue right there as it comes out just south of the interchange and reroute those roads out to Franklin farther south of that. And so that was when we look at we don't have final design plans and know exactly how that will look as it ties that section of industrial back into 3rd. And so that's why engineering recommended likely a deferral until we have final plans for that. And then that could go in with the project, with that portion being funded by the property owner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So right now, we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Just to clarify, so that your motion is not going to include okay. I would prefer to have the screening fence in there, so.
It's not required, though.
So would I.
So it would be a condition. But your motion doesn't have the condition? Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Clarification then, Natalie, you're saying you would prefer to see a fence around the perimeter of the site?
Yeah, that is correct, yeah. Well, at least the bottom portion, that 270 feet.
Separating the hotel.
Correct.
And what's the reason for that?
Or sorry, the side piece to the hotel. Yes.
The question was, what's the reason for that?
Yes, why?
For privacy purposes and just to keep it cleaner so that the people that are in the hotel aren't looking into their property.
Okay. Any further discussion? With that?
Mayor, Sebastian just stated that he would also like to see that same requirement.
Okay, thank you.
But currently, the motion does not include that.
The motion does not include that currently.
If we approve it, no fence requirement. If we say no, then it gives opportunity for a motion you put back requiring the fence. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
But it's not required, that's the problem.
Mayor and council, just again, you can require it as a condition of approval, but you're right, it is not currently required in code.
I'm not budging, sorry.
Okay, I think we're ready. Excuse me, go ahead.
Before we take the vote, conditions have to be reasonable and, proportionate to the effect they're trying to mitigate. And so as you flesh this out, just, talk about what the condition is and verify it's actually addressing the noted concerns that you have.
So could you repeat that again? So the conditions have to be reasonable.
They need to be reasonable as a first and foremost. And beyond that, they need to have a connection or nexus to the effect that they're trying to mitigate as best you can. Try to connect that in a reasonable basis. It's proportionate with the impact you're trying to address with the condition.
Okay, thank you. With that, is there any other discussion? Roll call.
Jinkula.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, there's a tie.
It's a tie. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask a question.
Of staff or us?
Well, it's really more
Or-
of the, you would have to ask the applicant, but it isn't probably the right question I can ask. My thought is to, actually, I would like to see the fence, but the question is it reasonable? Is it a reasonable expectation to put on the cost of that? But it would be very nice to have a fence separating the two, but there hasn't been for a very long period of time. That's why I'm a little bit mixed on it. Because we've gone years without a fence, and at this point,
We're putting a requirement on a property owner to fence out people. If they don't want people coming across, they're going to fence. I'm not sure that it's on this property owner to fence out people coming from the motel across the property.
Yeah, it's up to them. That's a good
But the fence has no correlation to the parking lot.
I'm sorry?
That's what we're here for, is the parking lot, not the fence.
That's true.
What correlation is how is the
Well-
fence going to affect the parking lot? It doesn't.
I tell you what, I'm going to vote yes, which means we do support and we do approve it. That said, as I vote yes, it would be nice to have a screening fence between the hotel and your property. Personally, I would do it because it would protect those homes from vandalism. The likelihood of somebody coming through and vandalizing them, but my vote will be yes, and that is that I support it. We did not put the requirement of the fence between the two properties when I vote yes. So the requirement's not there, the encouragement may be there, but that would be up to you. So with that, we have a yes vote. And we're done. So you were approved to move forward with your property as it is. So, you're welcome. Okay, we're ready to move to 8.2 on the agenda. It is an action item. This is a variance of Code 10-13-4.c. At the time of platting, it's a setback for a property line with encroachment agreement to allow for an attached covered patio on a single-family detached home to be 3 feet from the property line. This is on a .14 acre parcel at 3619 South Greenbrier Road for Shirley Satter. And the original concept is to allow variance for attached covered patio to be 3 feet from the property line. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward, give us your name and your address, and explain to us what you'd like to do. Whoops. Uh-oh. I broke it. Push really hard and it'll go right in there, and
Is that in?
you did it, I think. You got it.
Sorry.
You're fine.
My name is Shirley Satter, 3619 South Greenbrier Road, Nampa. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I applied for a severance of easement for a patio that was built onto my home by Prestige Homes, the builder of my home, in September 2018. I paid Prestige Homes to complete the patio since it was advertised as a full patio when I purchased the home. Unbeknownst to me, Patrick McGonigal, owner of Prestige Homes, did not apply for the proper permits to complete the patio. I became aware of the infraction on September 14, 2024, when Nampa Department of Building Safety sent me a registered letter of the infraction based on a complaint filed by Elizabeth Day, whose home is on the west side adjacent to my backyard. But I'm sorry.
Our apologies for that. That is someone on Teams that forgot to mute their mic.
Oh.
So, thank you, Mark, for muting them. We appreciate that. You
Okay.
can proceed, thank you.
I have done my due diligence with all the utilities, and the fire department has indicated no objections to the variance of the easement. Sorry. The structure has been up for 6.5 years and would not prohibit utilities or emergency services to access that area. I was told that the infraction is the pole that is holding up the roof for the patio. My property is lower than Elizabeth Day's property, and there would not be water from my yard that would cause flooding in her backyard, as she stated in her comments. The patio has no relevance to this issue. I am requesting that the easement be granted due to the financial hardship and unnecessary stress that I would experience. I understand the City of Nampa could revoke the variance if needed at any time. Elizabeth Day has chosen this venue to harass and say inaccuracies about the patio and things that I have not done. I do not believe this is a forum for her to speak her insults, harassments, and untruths. It's unfortunate that Elizabeth Day feels she has to seek pity and play the victim when she is the one creating the hostile environment. I have several neighbors here to support me in this endeavor, and if needed, speak on my character. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Could I just clarify real quickly? The foundation and the patio was put on the home what year? When the home was built?
Yes.
Okay, so when you purchased the home, the patio was already there?
They put the patio up after we purchased.
Prestige Homes did?
Yes.
And you assumed that they had the permit and did it?
Yes. I mean, he's been in business for a while and has built many homes in our area.
And this took place what year?
2018.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my
Okay.
questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Christy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request before you this evening is to allow for a reduction in the setback requirement for the patio cover to remain in place within 3 feet from the property line, with a requirement for a building permit, inspections, and also an encroachment agreement approved by you. The property is zoned RP within the Greenbrier subdivision. All the lots surrounding this property are also RP within the Greenbrier subdivision. Greenbrier Estate subdivision was recorded in 2005. These lots are intended to be patio homes with very little yard space. These are images looking out of the patio cover towards the backyard. These are the applicable regulations for the variance. These 5 criteria must be found to be met in some way for approval of this variance. As we proceed through this presentation, please keep these in mind. Should you choose to approve this request, I will need you to outline how you believe that these criteria are addressed by the applicant so that I can write the findings accordingly. Greenbrier setbacks from 2005, there are 2 plat notes. One says interior lot lines on the side have a 5-foot wide public utility setback easement, which matches city code. Number 3, each side of the rear lot lines have an 8-foot wide public utility easement, which also matched city code at the time that this was platted. As stated, the applicant's contractor did not secure the appropriate city permits for construction of the cover. Now, the patio itself, being the flat work concrete, can go clear out to the property line without any worries, except to know that if we needed to get into that space, we would have to dig it up. That would be at the owner's expense. However, once they start putting structures in place and have posts and it's connected to a building, that then encroaches into that setback, and that is not allowed. It was constructed within 3 feet from the rear property line instead of the 8 feet that is indicated in the plat notes. According to the neighbor, this is causing runoff issues for their backyard. The building department sent a notice and order that is attached to your staff report. It is calling for a building permit and the appropriate inspections should this variance be approved. Elizabeth Day, her adjacent backyard neighbor, states there is a retractable awning that extends over the fence into the Day's backyard. The entire addition creates water runoff to the Day's property that is slightly below in elevation, and it has created damage to their yard. She's asking that the patio structure be built to city code, and she did attach a letter in your staff report for more details. The Nampa Engineering Division has provided the following comments. Upon approval of the requested variance, they would request that the Nampa Planning and Zoning process and record the attached encroachment agreement with the owner-provided property legal description and narrative letter. These are the conditions of approval. They would need to get the appropriate building permits and inspections or remove the patio cover. Even if you approve the variance, they could do either of those two things to come into compliance. They need to obtain city council approval for the encroachment agreement upon approval of the variance request. So as far as the findings go, based on the comments received from the neighbors and the various city departments that reviewed this project, according to federal, state, and local codes, the literal interpretation and enforcement of the regulation would not result in practical difficulty or unnecessary physical hardship, inconsistent with the objectives of this title, because others have used their similar properties without the need for encroachment into their easements. The applicant will experience financial and emotional distress with the removal of the addition, but those items are not necessarily criteria for evaluating this request. There are extraordinary site characteristics for this property due to the fact that it is westerly facing. Providing protection from the evening sun in the summer is desirable to make a rear yard more comfortable and usable. However, there are 28 homes in this subdivision with their rear yards also facing west that have not done this type of a cover. The literal interpretation and enforcement of the regulation would not deprive the applicant of privileges enjoyed by the owners of other properties classified in the same zoning district, and granting of the variance will constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with the limitations on other properties classified in the same zoning district, because, again, others have used similar properties without the need for encroachment into their easements. Based on the neighbors' comments, the granting of the variance is detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity, because it is potentially creating water runoff issues for the backyard neighbor, and the retractable awning added to the addition extends into the neighbor's yard. These are your potential motions. Again, if you choose to approve this variance, please outline why you feel it meets the 5 criteria so that I can write the findings accordingly. And I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Questions?
So Christy, has there been verification of the water in the neighbor yard and that the water's coming from this property, or there's that elevation difference?
Councilman Bills, I have not laid eyes on it myself. We have not inspected it. We are just going off of the comments that we received from the neighbor.
So Sean's report, trying to find it again, whether it definitively called out.
I don't believe, so Sean Nichols is in the building department, and he went out and did a building site inspection. I don't believe that he did a groundwater inspection while he was there. I think he was looking at the structure.
Question?
It just seems that party who's concerned about this issue, it's as much drainage as it is proximity of the structure to the property line.
Yeah,
So we don't know.
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield.
Just for clarity, originally I thought this was just a 3-foot or possibly 2-foot encroachment. It's an actual 5-foot encroachment. which is excessive. And then when I look at the overhead, it appears that the patio goes to the fence line. It doesn't stop short of the fence, which would potentially, depending on how it's sloped, would contribute water to the fence itself. So I could see where that could be a concern to the adjoining neighbors as well. But it does concern me that it's a 5-foot encroachment of an easement. And that utility easement could be dug up at any time if the city so choose to. Is there water and sewer going along the backside of the property?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, there is not.
Okay.
There aren't any utilities running through that easement. No one had any issues with that encroachment.
Okay, so there's no communication lines or anything like that that's using it either? Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Christy, can you go back to the photo that shows the house tops? So it shows the backyard with the awning out? It's on 535 in the packet, if that's helpful.
Is this the one you're looking for?
Actually, I think it's 553. Is yours 535?
Mine's 535.
That is funny, mine's 553.
Maybe it's in there a couple times. The one
Is
that
it
has
from,
like
oh,
the
it's from
roofs.
her, oh, the site plan, the aerial view?
Yes. Perfect. Okay, so when I'm looking at this and I'm envisioning, this does not have the retractable piece out, correct? That is the actual awning that we're talking about.
Councilwoman Jangula, that is the hard roof line of the patio cover, so it's kind of like a sunroom without hard walls.
So is the retractable piece out? Do we know?
I do not know. I don't have any pictures of it.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out when the neighbor is saying that it's hanging over into their yard. I'm just trying to visualize how this is coming out. When I'm looking at that bottom left-hand corner, I mean, it would have to, if it reached over that fence line on that bottom section, it would have to come out extensively. So I'm just trying to visualize what that is. Maybe someone else can speak to it.
Councilwoman Jangula, I would only have to presume that, so that lower gray corner is the edge of the roof. The light gray or almost white color is the flat concrete that comes clear out to the fence.
Mm-hmm.
So the corner of that patio cover is still a bit away from the fence, 3 feet away from the fence. If that retractable awning goes out more than 3 feet, it's going to go over the fence on that corner.
Okay.
But again, I
see what you're
don't
saying.
have
Okay.
any pictures or proof.
Okay, thanks, Christy.
Are there any other questions for Christy at this time?
Christie, is it in our code that property owners are supposed to retain drainage on their property unless it's a designated means of moving drainage?
Mayor, Councilman Bills, the Greenbrier subdivision predates any residential grading plan requirements.
Anything goes?
This development predates any of those requirements.
Okay. Thank you. I was trying to wade in softly.
Good try.
I appreciate your,
Direction.
info.
Christy, could you help something just for clarity? So I'm looking at page 553, which gives a little closer shot, but it's the same photo. This is a variance on the setback for a property line with an encroachment agreement to allow the attached covered patio. But it appears that the attached covered patio is what is in this picture.
Correct.
Is there an additional awning that goes beyond this that is part of that? Or are we talking about this piece here because it doesn't go over the fence line? So I'm a little bit confused in our discussion as to what we're actually.
Mayor, we're talking about this piece.
This piece that does not extend over the fence.
This is a hard roof line that is 3 feet from the fence. It does not extend over the fence. They are claiming, the backyard neighbor is claiming that there is another awning that can be pulled in and out, attached to the back of that then extends over the fence. So not this piece. So we would be approving this piece.
We're approving this piece. Is the issue of an awning that is being extended over the fence, is that a separate issue that would be dealt with during the building code side? Because they have to go in for a building permit.
Mayor, if it's attached to the building, then they need a building permit for that. And so we just wouldn't approve that building permit, and it would need to be removed.
If there is an awning that's stretching over the neighboring fence, would not be approved,
not
more
be
than
approved.
likely. So we're not even talking about that piece of it, we're just talking about this. Thank you. For the clarity, that's very important. Yes, did you have a?
Thank you.
I thought.
But I do have a question. So it's not Shirley's issue, it's the way they built this house on this curve. The whole house needed to be moved forward. So this is the way she bought it, right? Well, I mean,
Councilman
yes.
Rodriguez, yes.
That's what it
So
looks like
these are
right here.
These are small lots.
Yes.
They were platted as patio homes, so there's very limited space.
Mhm.
They were built setback line to setback line on an angle. In this case, their backyard angles in. So that patio cover
Yeah.
was never intended to be there to begin with,
Yeah.
because there
So
was not
I
enough
just-
space for it.
Yes, I just want to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
So when they said the building permit was not obtained properly, well, neither the house was set properly, but I ain't bringing that up. I'm just leaving that alone.
The house itself does meet setbacks.
So to your point, though, it's a patio cover that was added after they purchased it. So the house itself is in compliance. The patio cover is not.
I know.
Correct.
I think the clarity in this is that the current patio, how the stationary piece does not extend over the fence line. It's another piece that extends
Right.
over the fence line. if
That's
it's
my
being used.
understanding.
Okay.
And you'll probably hear more about that during public testimony.
Okay. So are there any other questions? Okay, this is a public, Christy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor,
Yep.
quick question. So concrete, it's allowed to go right to the property line?
Councilman Bills, yes. So flat work can go clear out to the property line. They could concrete that whole backyard if they wanted to. But with the
But don't they have
knowledge,
a responsibility to retain drainage on their own property?
well, again, to his point, not in this subdivision.
Mayor,
didn't-
Councilman Bills, yes, not necessarily from a city code standpoint, but if they are draining onto an adjacent property, there is a potential civil matter there between the property owners, not necessarily a city code issue in this case.
Okay.
So they need to understand that. We usually try to explain that to somebody when they come in and say, can I put cement in up to my property line? We say, yeah, you can, but it's at your own risk. It's at your own expense. If for some reason someone needed to get in there to do something and it was dug up, that would be at your expense.
I just always had in my mind we were supposed to control drainage, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, we do have two people signed up, and the first speaker is Elizabeth Day.
Good evening. Elizabeth, thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your name again and your address.
Okay, I'm Elizabeth Day, and I live at 3626 South Edgeview Drive, right behind Shirley. And she knew when she had that patio built, it was illegal because she bragged about it. She had the house inspected before she moved in without the patio. They came in and built the patio after she moved in, and she laughed about it. And my husband got very upset because he was a reserve deputy sheriff, and he doesn't like people breaking laws. He's very picky about that, including on me. He gets after me sometimes because some of the things I want to do. But she built the patio out there the first thing she did, it poured down rain. Of course, the rain has no place to go but up against a fence. So what does she do? She digs a hole under our fence and floods our house, or our property. And it cost me $2,000 to get it filled in again, and the guy put the black cloth on it and rock and pounded it up against the fence so she couldn't do it again. Well, it didn't do much good, because now I've had to put a barrier around the fence to keep her water out. We couldn't use up to 6 foot of our back lot because it was flooded year-round. And she is higher than we are. And she made a big deal that I was flooding her, making water go uphill, which is, as you know, I'm not a miracle worker. And I talked to the HOA, and they wouldn't do anything. I finally have contacted a lawyer, and we're waiting to see your decision tonight as to what we're going to do next. But she does have, oh shoot, I lost the picture. Actually, I'll show you both of them. My computer's out, so I had to make a, but this is retractable. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
What we could do, we'll pause our time. If you could take this over to the gentleman, his name is Mark. He will put this on the picture so we can all see it.
Okay, and then this is one of
Another one.
partially retracted.
Okay.
Like I said, my
Go ahead
computer's out,
and
I couldn't.
give that to him, too. and
Thank
he
you
can
for
put-
trying. If
He'll
you
put
hand
that on
it
the
to
screen.
Mark, and then, Mark, let's start with the phone before it closes. Thank you.
Do I just touch it? Push it up. Oh, push it up? Oh, no, that's it. Okay, there.
Technology, it makes you nervous, I know. Technology does.
I'm not good with computers, phones, nothing, or text messages or emails.
Okay.
So there is a retractable.
There is a retractable. Mark, thank you so much. It's opposite your brain. Oh, you did it.
We wouldn't do it.
Good job. That's perfect.
And if you notice, she also has a camera back, right in my backyard.
That's for sure.
It might be beneficial also to take the picture in your hand and you can show that picture, the one in your hand. He could, yes.
Okay, I didn't get the picture that I wanted to bring is on my computer and it's screwed up. But this is showing the partially extended, when it's all the way, it goes down right below the lattice work. When she extends it all the way into my yard. And I asked if somebody ran into it, like the yard guy's trying to mow the lawn, or like I had Marvin, he's 6 foot tall, putting in the barrier. Who has to pay if they got hurt? Well, I got told they would sue our homeowner's insurance, and then we'd have to sue Shirley. And she's the one that was breaking the law by putting it over in our yard. So,
Thank you. Okay, so
there's the awning.
you'll have 1 more minute, so we'll
Okay.
go ahead and let you finish.
I'll do it real fast.
Thank you.
The other thing is, when I put the blocks around the backyard, I didn't think about the lawn guys coming in and I had a sidewalk all the way around. My husband's handicapped. He's in a wheelchair. My brother was a fireman, and he's always saying, make sure you have fire escapes. The one was through the garage, and if the garage is on fire, he'd go out the back door and go down the sidewalk. Well, now, to let the guys come in and mow the lawns, so far they've been real good to go over the sidewalk. But I'm going to have to take the sidewalk, cut it back. He won't have an escape route. So that puts him in danger. And since we've been there, I've always tried to follow the rules and stuff, in anything since we've been to Idaho, because I love it here. We moved in the year that Snowmageddon, and we were like two little kids.
Madam Mayor, time.
Is that it?
That is it. I do have a question. So when did you move into this house?
We had our house built in 2016. We moved in April because Snowmageddon was that next winter.
Was this already there when you
They
moved
had
in?
started the foundation, and we liked it. And we've had a lot of modifications done inside handicap,
But specifically, was the home behind you?
No, it was not there.
It was not there when you bought your home?
And then when we had our fences, that fence is not the property line. We thought by having the fence put on our property, we wouldn't have a lot of this problems. But we've had more than our share. Because, not on either side of us so much, but with Shirley and the water and the thing, and she just laughs about it. She thinks it's funny. But when it starts affecting somebody's life and they're, we don't have the quality of life we should have to be able to use our backyard. And I've just let it go. I'm not pulling weeds or anything because when she has parties, her music, if you would sit in my backyard, I invite any of you that want to sit in my backyard to come over and see what I'm going through.
Thank you. Okay, so we are at time.
Huh?
Thank you we are at time, so
Okay.
thank you very much.
But-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Judy Jones. Okay.
Did we have?
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else that requested to speak.
Okay. Do we know if Judy Jones was in support, opposition?
She was in support of
Support of the
the
variance?
applicant. Uh-huh.
Okay. So we didn't have anyone else signed up to testify. Are there people here that had intended to testify on this particular matter tonight that would like to speak tonight?
There are board members here that I contacted on it.
Is there anyone here that would like to testify this evening? Okay, seeing no one, this is an opportunity for our applicant to provide closing remarks. Do you have any closing remarks? Yes, I do. Okay.
As I stated previously, she has taken the wrong forum to air this out. I have never dug a hole. I have no idea what she's referring to. I have never had a conversation with her about water going uphill. Mrs. Day tends to fabricate a lot of untruths. I have pictures here of the awning retracted. I had it adjusted. I had a civil protection order placed on her because she threatened to shoot my home. Nampa Police Department recommended me to install a camera in my backyard. This was not done because I am a hateful person or she has created the hostility, not me. I have done everything that she has asked me to do. I had my awning adjusted so it would not retract over the fence. I have pictures here of where and how it looks retracted. The civil order of protection was not extended because the judge did not feel that it was within the Idaho guidelines of being threatened. But she has made this so out of proportion now. The harassment everything that has gone on has been caused by her and not me. I have written statements from neighbors who have heard altercations, her screaming at me, saying nasty things, untrue. And I am not the kind of person that will engage in any negativity. She has caused this, not me. The initial hearing is for the patio that I had no control over as far as what the builder did. I had no clue. This was done according to the builder. I assumed he did it correctly. And the thing she's accusing me of is total fabrication. I don't know what else I can do for this. I'm totally stressed about this whole deal. I love my neighborhood. I love my community. She's the only person in that whole community that has done so much negativity that it's just putting big knots in my stomach. It's stressful for me. I have a group of my neighbors here to support me. She has none. So I don't know what else I can say.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Before we have any questions from council, I want to make a quick comment. And Preston, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I want to be very clear. This hearing tonight is a variance of code. It's very specific to code. And that's what we're ruling on tonight. The issue of the relationship, the things that have been said, the hurt feelings, all of that is very separate from what we're here for tonight. I wanted to be courteous and not interrupt you, but I almost did because we're not going there. That is a personal issue. Tonight's hearing is very specific to code. It's just strictly, we've asked for a variance of code, which is a setback for a property line with an encroachment agreement, which was allowing the attached patio cover. The understanding is that if it were approved, it would go back to the building department. They would do an inspection. I think listening to staff, they said the additional patio cover awning would not be allowed. But tonight's hearing is very much about code.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah, we cannot speak to the relationship piece, which is unfortunate, but yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so with that, as long as our questions are along the line of the code and the variance.
Mayor?
And should we let Sebastian go first?
Go ahead, Sebastian.
Yes, Sebastian.
Okay, and Shirley, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, or I'd call you proper, so I'm just going with Miss Shirley. Can you tell me, you purchased the home, and the home was completed with this patio cover? You did not contract or hire it out to be installed after you moved in?
The builder indicated they would finish the patio because it was advertised with a full covered patio.
So did the builder finish the patio prior to you moving in, or you moved in, it wasn't finished, and you contracted to have it finished?
I moved in, the builder finished it.
Have you tried to reach out, if whichever way this goes, to the builder to say this was your job to make sure? I kind of want to hear the process of your correspondence with the builder prior to and after the fact of this patio being built. And staff, I would like to know, upon receiving an occupancy permit or a building permit, where was the lapse that caused this issue to happen? If the builder completed the project and gave it to her, I just want to know where the ball was dropped.
Okay, so as soon as I received,
I think I'd like to ask, Rodney, do you have the answer to that question by any chance?
Yeah, maybe I'll just quickly speak to that. So we don't have a permit that was issued for the construction of that patio cover. And so there's no way for us to determine.
The occupancy permit.
The occupancy permit
on the home
was issued for the home without the cover.
What about the patio itself?
The patio, we don't have permits for because it's just concrete flat surface. So we don't issue.
So for clarification, Rodney, and this answers my question, I think you did. We don't go and inspect every unit before we issue an occupancy. We base it off plans of what the builder submitted and say, okay, is it complete? You received your occupancy permit? Or do we have someone walk through and put eyes on the project before we're giving out building permits?
So Daniel's going to answer that question.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, the building department does a physical inspection of each property to verify compliance with the plans. So when they did their final inspection and passed it off, it would have not had that patio cover there, or if it was there, they would have flagged it as not complying with the plans and having a setback issue.
Thank you. That answers my question. And I'll save my comments for discussion, but I think you have a very unfortunate situation with your builder. And has there been any correspondence with them? However this goes tonight, are they going to right the wrong for you for building inappropriately? I don't know how else to say it, after an occupancy permit was submitted.
As soon as I received the registered letter, I made a phone call to the builder. Scott, who is the project manager for Prestige Homes, said he would look at the paperwork, get back with me. Since that time, which was September, I think it was delivered, he has not gotten back to me. I have emailed him, I have phone calls, I have a copy of all my records that I made to the builder, sent him a registered letter, has not responded. The next step for me to do, I guess, is file a complaint with the Builders Board.
Thank you for answering that question. And thank you for trying. So
Can I
yes.
ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Victor
Hold on.
was next.
Sorry, Victor.
And then Councilman Bills.
Is your property line on the fence, or is it different?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So as a part of your purchase, you stated you had conversation with the builder. So as part of the purchase was that the builder was to add a patio cover?
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a part of the purchase agreement to have the patio cover put in, and before closing or a stipulated time thereafter, the builder put in the patio cover?
Correct.
And was it to the size that was requested in the purchase agreement?
I didn't indicate a size. I just said the advertisement showed a full covered patio.
Okay. Thank you.
And I didn't know what the size dimensions were.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor. And then in addition to that, you put the extending piece on, correct? That wasn't part of the agreement with the full covered patio?
The extending piece.
The retractable.
Oh, it's a retractable awning.
So that's how the builder built it, was with?
No, the awning was put on last year.
The retractable piece?
Yes, and I have since adjusted it so it doesn't retract fully.
Mayor, just to treat both sides equally, you also had a photo. Can we also see that photo?
Yes. There's several.
And this photo that we're looking at is after you adjusted it. So this is what it currently is as far as extension. Correct. Okay.
Can you put it under the projection so I can see? I apologize.
They are.
We are.
They are. It's just taken a minute. Thank you, Sebastian.
And it can be adjusted to any, well, it has more of an adjustment that can go further, but I had it pulled back by the manufacturers.
Mayor, a question.
Yes.
Was there a permit pulled for the retractable awning?
I didn't think I needed one. I mean, it's just an awning.
Is
It's like a sunset or awnings type.
is it?
So the answer is no.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Now you raise Mike, do you need one?
Councilman Rodriguez, it is my understanding that if it is attached to the house, it needs to have some kind of a building permit to show that the attachment is not going to come off and fall on someone. We do it for commercial properties as well. If they put an awning up, they have to have a commercial permit. So, and they've told me in the past, if it's attached to the house, it needs a permit.
Thank you.
Are there any other
Thank you, Mark.
questions for our applicant? Council, do you have any other questions for the applicant? Okay. We don't have any other questions. Thank you for sharing your pictures. And are you, anything from you? Are we done? Are we good?
I am done. I think, like you said, it's the patio that we're talking about, not the awning at this time. So, and the coating.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Okay. Council, if hearing that we have no other questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, this is the opportunity for council discussion and/or motion.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
As I go through the variance conclusions of law, I don't find that I can find a reasonable reason to support any of the, any reason but to deny the variance, simply because none of these things, I can't come up with anything that rises to the level that satisfies it. So I'm not going to be supporting an approval of the variance request.
It'd be the same for me.
Okay. Any other discussion and/or motion?
I'll make it. The problem being in this situation is that she relied on the builder to come back and do it correctly, and they didn't. So I'm having a hard time figuring out why Sherry and her family is liable. So I'll be in support of this.
Mayor, I'm just wondering, but then the caveat to that is then the builder didn't do it correctly, and then it infringes on the neighbor, so should the neighbor then have to be liable for damages or things that happen to them? I'm not asking you to answer, I'm just throwing it out.
No, you're fine. Because I was going to give you an answer, but no.
Also in the report, it indicated that there's 110 homes in the subdivision. None of the others have an issue with having to be an encroachment. And 28 of the homes have a west-facing rear yard, so none of those are requesting a variance. So this is the only one at this time that's come forward to ask for a variance of the setbacks. So again, I don't see any of the literal interpretations that would support the variance request.
Oh, yeah, Mayor, I asked Sherry what her property line was. I think Mr. Day said that the fence line is not the property line. So I'm concerned whether I can make a decision based on where we believe the fence, the property line is located. There.
Councilman Rodriguez, on this picture, I know it's kind of hard for you to probably see. There are orange lines that indicate where the property lines are.
Oh, is there?
And they follow the fence line almost exactly.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm sitting in the same camp as I believe most of council. This is highly unfortunate, Miss Shirley. I think it's, frankly, I would be very upset with this situation. I think it's a builder issue, and it's come to the city to call balls and strikes on this. There's only going to be losers in this. If we vote for the variance or against the variance,
the city ultimately gets the backlash. But the one who is at fault was the builder. Number one, constructing something else after receiving his occupancy, I think it's just a bad practice. It's wrong anyway. And I hope and I urge you to keep pursuing to make that right, because he would know better, the situation would know better. So we got to look at this as a city standpoint. If we allow this a variance, anytime a builder makes a mistake, it's on the city to make the correction. And I think that's a bad trend and pattern to start creating within the city. I think this is unfortunate for all of us. And I at the very least, I'm sorry that you have to go through this situation.
Mayor, motion.
Okay.
Do I make a motion to deny the project as stated on the screen with proposed findings?
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there,
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
It may be beneficial to have discussion on this motion now a little further for something of this nature that has a close call. If you could pick out, council, some factors here to support that motion, applying the facts as you've heard them tonight. It doesn't have to be a long-winded thing, but something to help pull some facts out to support a basis that they may not meet in one of those 5 elements that you see here on the screen. And that will help with planning, zoning staff developing a findings of fact if this motion does prevail.
I guess I'll add one. The literal interpretation, number 3, and enforcement of the regulation would deprive the applicant of privileges enjoyed by the owners of other properties. We're not asking her to move her home. We're asking the patio to no longer be abutting that property line. So I don't feel that that condition has been met. Special inconsistent. I think number 4 applies as well. The variant privilege is inconsistent with the limitations on other properties classified. I think this is citywide, not even within this development, but any zoning district. This would be an anomaly variance approval to allow somebody to build structure that close to the property line with or without the extendable. And I do believe, to an extent of what we have heard, that the potential runoff, that whether it be from the extendable or not, might have an impact on the neighbor with underlying health conditions and disability, that it very possibly could. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but from what I have heard, could have a safety and welfare issue potentially. So there's 3.
I think Councilman Haverfield had some good points too, so just reiterating what he said.
Yeah, that's provided in our packet. I mean, the information's there already provided as far as for the proposed findings. The fact that since 2005, there've been 110 lots developed, none of them seeking a variance. So granting this variance would be, again, back to Sebastian's point, would giving them preferential treatment in a sense. So I don't think that's right. So, and then there's several other items that have been stated that, again, don't support the variance request, in my mind.
okay. Are there any other comments, discussion?
Mayor Kling, I just think that there hasn't been any others because they didn't have the problems that Sherry's had. That's why.
Well,
I understand.
You know, we don't know what the real estate agreement said. We don't know the discussion between the buyer and the builder came in and built the cover after an agreement was made. And subsequently, there's been an additional awning, retractable or not, put on. So to have our building official go out and enforce the code and say this is in violation, so then we ask for a variance to leave what's there, it doesn't fit. And I mean, if you had to go down through that easement, there'd be a question whether that built patio cover would even allow somebody to do what they need to do in the easement. And therefore, for us to then sanction a variance in this fashion, I don't think is appropriate. Whether it's ever removed, that's another issue, but to sanction and say this is okay, I got to agree with Councilman Haverfield. He's laid it out.
Okay. Any other discussion? I think we're ready for roll call.
Call for the vote.
Rodriguez.
This is a vote to deny, correct?
This is a vote to agree with the motion and to deny.
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, so that is the vote of the council, and the motion was to deny the variance. So I'll let you probably work with, Rodney, do they work with you as a follow-up to this meeting in what to do to move forward?
Yeah, with the staff assigned, so
With
Christy
staff?
Watkins, yeah.
Thank you, with Christy. Thank you. Councilman
Mayor?
Griffin, yes?
Ms. Shirley, I just want to reiterate, I know we're belaboring it at this point. This is an unfortunate situation. I know none of us wanted to be involved. I hope whatever agreement you had with that builder, you continue to pursue and hope that he makes this right, because it's not a right situation from what I've heard. It's just not one that council can ultimately decide over the top four.
Thank you, Councilman Griffin. So that concludes that public hearing. I know there's a large group that has sat here this evening. Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate it. I think we're there. Thank you. So, yeah, with Christy. Yeah. Okay. So we're ready to move to our last public hearing of the evening. It's 8:04. It is an action item. It's annexation and zoning to RS6 single-family residential and a potential development agreement at 2601 East Avenue, Amity Avenue, a .43-acre parcel for Don Johnson, DR Johnson Properties, LLC, and this is a connection to city services. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you, and I'm so sorry you had to wait till the end. A long night. Thank you. Go ahead and come forward, share your name and your address, and tell us about your project.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Andrew Johnson. I live at 456 West Fall Drive in Boise. Don Johnson with DR Properties is my father, who filled out this application last year, I believe. And there were some requirements to the annexation that he's older now and quite frankly didn't want to deal with, and he asked me if I wanted to purchase it. So he did sell the house to me in November, and so I sent over the interest form today, and so just thought I'd pick up the ball and keep it going. I think it'd be great to connect it to city sewer and water. The septic system is increasingly problematic, and I know some of the neighbors have, and so this spring after the purchase, I went through the list of requirements and have demolished some buildings and done what I think I need to do to comply with the request to continue.
Great, thank you. Council, do you have any questions at this time? Since you've been watching tonight, I think you know the routine. So we'll go to staff, we'll go to public hearing.
Okay.
And then we'll have you come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director, for the record. I just noticed the recommendation on there. That actually should be a decision. You have the right to decide on this project tonight. Okay, so the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation, they voted to recommend approval with some conditions on there. And I just wanted to point out one of those conditions for clarity here. So number 4 is little bit critical here. As was mentioned, there were a couple of buildings on the property that overlapped onto another property, actually to, I think, a couple of properties. And so that was one condition that we'll address throughout these slides here. So here's the property. It's just west of the railroad tracks and the dog park over there, off of Amity and south of Amity. It is an enclave property. It's part of a larger enclave, but it is surrounded to the north with an RA property, and then to the west of it is RS6 single family, and then to the south and east are enclave properties in the county. Utilities are available to the property. You can see those there. And here's just a quick aerial view of it. You can see the overlap of those buildings on the south end of that property. So these are the criteria for annexation and zoning. And just because I received the proof of ownership, and so the ownership changed partway through this process, and I just needed an affidavit of legal interest, and we received that today. So some of the slides that you'll be seeing are different from your staff report. Because of that, I had to change that today. But these are the basic standards for setbacks, property size. They're requesting the RS6 zone. Really pretty simple project here. Canyon County and the building department had comments about those properties or those buildings that overlapped the property line. And you can see those there. But as was mentioned, they have shown proof that they tore down those sheds, and those no longer are on their property. The one to the south, they did leave the half that's on the other property, but they have no authority to go tear down that part of the shed because it's on somebody else's property. So the standard conditions from engineering that have been included in the conditions of approval that I've recommended. Nampa code compliance mentioned that there's some weeds on the property, and I put that into the conditions as well. And that's it for there. So I mentioned the situation with the photos that I received, so I don't have any concerns there. The rest of these are pretty standard. This is enclave property in an area that's developing or developed already, so it makes sense. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan for future development because it's proposing RS6 zoning, and then it is in the public interest for these infill properties to come into the city, to be annexed into the city. We already provide services in the area. And then I've mentioned the property ownership. I removed that condition, number 5, because they provided that proof today. And then here are the proposed findings. So the first is the conclusion that the property at 2601 East Amity Avenue proposed for annexation falls under the criteria outlined in Idaho Statute 52.22 because the property owner originally gave consent and the new property owner has given consent through an affidavit of legal interest. The second one, the property is contiguous with the city limits on the west and the north. Third one, the proposed property is available for annexation because it is located within the current Nampa area of impact boundary as shown on the future land use map published in the Nampa Comprehensive Plan, and the proposed zoning matches the designation of medium density residential on the future land use map. Fourth, the proposed annexation of the property complies with the established memorandum of understanding currently in place between the City of Nampa and the Nampa Highway District for annexation of the right-of-way and responsibility of the city to take over that maintenance. Fifth, the proposed map amendment is in harmony with the city's currently adopted comprehensive plan for the RS6 zoning. It is an allowed use and provides the densities listed in the comprehensive plan for specific MDR designation as an infill project is consistent with the plan narrative and goals. Again, this one's a little bit tricky because it's it's an existing condition with a single family dwelling on the property on a larger property, but if any development were to occur, they'd have to meet the current standards. 6, with the proposed conditions of approval, the proposed map amendment provides for use that will be reasonably compatible with existing and adjoining property uses because the land use is not changing and matches the land uses to the northwest and east. And finally, the proposed map amendment is or would be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because housing is an essential component of the city needs and interests and is supported by the comprehensive plan, including infill, and because the area is already developing and is being provided city and other services in the area. And with that, here are a couple of motions. Again, you could read the area in blue if you approved of this and the conditions as proposed here today.
Rodney, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Rodney at this time?
Question.
Okay.
Rodney, this is kind of a unique piece of property. It has frontage on Amity, and then it also appears to have access on East Lily Avenue on the west side, on the southwest corner. But is there an easement? Does Lily Avenue, is that in the long term? Is there an easement that needs to continue on to the east or not?
Mayor and council, this question got brought up at planning and zoning as well. They don't necessarily have an easement there right now, but they have a road that is butt up against their property. So if they were to seek that, they would go through the engineering division. For future development of that site, they could obtain an access if it complied with our access policy.
So they could use Lily as an access point to their property. They wouldn't have to, because they don't own the full width, it appears, as far as of the right-of-way, the property to the south.
Correct.
As part of that.
Yeah, that's correct. This property does not extend the full width of the right-of-way to the west. But they would just need to comply with our policies at that time that they would develop that property. I believe, if I remember correctly, at the time of the Planning and Zoning Commission, they just expressed that they have no interest in providing access at this point. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, we have no one that signed up to do public testimony.
thank you. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? And seeing no one. For our applicant, do you have any closing comments? Anything you'd like to share as we close public hearing this evening?
No, I just really appreciate you guys, council, considering this. I am interested in working with my neighbor on the back at some point in extending Lily, at least to the edge of our property, so that I could possibly build another rental dwelling with Lily Street frontage on the other side in the future, but I guess that's for another day. And so just hooking up this at city services would be a great improvement for that house. So.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant before we close public hearing? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the annexation zoning as shown on the screen for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
You're good to go. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience this evening. Thank you. Okay, so we are, that concludes our public hearings. We do have Section 9, our unfinished business, and we have, I think, 5 ordinances to read. They are all requested to pass under suspension of rules. So we'll start with 9.1. It is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for Greenhurst Crossing annexation and zoning to multifamily residential zoning district on 4.6 acres and a neighborhood business zoning district on 3.45 acres, a development agreement and planned unit development for 0 and 617 East Greenhurst Road and 2321 Sunny Ridge Road, and the abutting right-of-way to center line of Sunny Ridge Road and East Greenhurst, totaling 8.05 acres for Greenhurst Crossing, which is for Sunny Acre Partners representing Entrust Group FBO Patricia Schultz, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance,
sorry.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 and 617 East Greenhurst Road and 2321 Sunny Ridge Road, 3 parcels, and the abutting road to center line of Sunny Ridge Road and the East Greenhurst Road, totaling 8.05 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RMH multiple family residential on 4.6 acres, more or less, and BN neighborhood business on 3.45 acres, more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa. Determine that said annexation and zoning has a consent of landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said properties as RMH multiple family residential and BN neighborhood business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city. Providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, subject to the terms of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with the Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Make a motion to pass the ordinances read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Excuse me. 9.2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for vacation of an unused portion of existing public utility easement on a 6.98 parcel in Community Business Zoning District located at 11110 West Karcher Road and 000 Holly Avenue for Ben Millick, representing Karcher Middleton LLC, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of an easement located on property generally described as 11110 West Karcher Road, 00 and 0 Haley Avenue, Nampa, Idaho, parcels R2317, R23165, R23164, 0100, R23164, consisting of approximately 6.98 acres, more or less, located in the southeast one-fourth of Section 7, Township 3, North, Range 2, West, Boise Meridian. Said vacation of the original utility and access easements running through lots 1, 2, 3, and 5 through 9 of Karcher Acre subdivision plot recorded on February 27, 1970. A total of 23,264 square feet, or 0.53 acres, more or less, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map of other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinances read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
He had to step off.
Okay. Griffin.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.3 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning district District and a potential development agreement for a 2.36 acre parcel at 76 North Happy Valley Road and the abutting right-of-way on North Happy Valley Road for Blake Wolf representing Maria Beltran Felix. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
And known to the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 76 North Happy Valley Road, parcel R21631, located in the southwest 1/4 of Section 19, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 2.36 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned IL Light Industrial on 2.36 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said properties as IL Light Industrial as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, I make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Nope. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula. All in favor, motion carries.
9.4 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS6 single-family residential for a .70 acre parcel, R318,000 addressed as 0 South Grays Lane, zoning map amendment from RS18 to RS6 for a .52 acre parcel addressed as 507 South Grays Lane, and a potential development agreement for Stephen A. and E. Josie Vreeland. We'll get it. Thank you. Requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determined that certain lands commonly known as 0 and 507 South Grays Lane, parcels R318000100 and R2786352,300, located in the southwest 1/4 of Section 25, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 1.44 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6 single-family residential on 1.22 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said properties as RS6 single-family residential as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, I make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez. Yes. Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Chingula. Yes. All in favor, motion carries.
9.5 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning district and a potential development agreement for a 3.82 acre parcel at 17270 Northside Boulevard for Tammy Crawford, Centurion Engineers, Inc., representing Scott V. Smith, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands, commonly known as 17270 Northside Boulevard, parcel R308240100, located in the southwest 1/4 of Section 3, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 3.82 acres more or less, laying contiguous to the limits of the city of Napa, Canyon County, state of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the city of Napa and be zoned IL light industrial on 3.82 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the city of Napa and to designate said properties as IL light industrial set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our meeting this evening. I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Thank you. Joel, you get to pick a late night.
Good night.